Also, Dr. Ali Timuçin, he speaks Turkish, English. His wife is speaking German. So, Zorica speaks Serbian, Croatian, Slovenian. Yes, yes.
It's incredible.
Yes, yes.
Distinguished speakers, honorable guests, dear participants, the second International Apiterapii Congress in Poland online 24th, 25th September 2000 with the topic on biopharmacology of bee products, the possibility of bee products used in pharmaceutical industry will be opened by His Magnificence, Rector of the Medical University of Silesia in Katowice, Professor Tomasz Szczepański.
Dear colleagues, I'm very happy to welcome you at the second International Apiterapii Conference, which takes place on 24th and 25th of September. This is a continuation of the first Apiterapii Conference organized by Medical University of Silesia in Katowice. The aim of this conference is popularization of the latest achievements, developments and innovations related to the implementation of the apitherapeutics into medical sciences and also pharmaceutical dosage form technology as well as in applied cosmetology. The scientific goal of this second International Apiterapii Conference also focuses on the promotion of innovative research results, referring to the practical implementation of apitherapeutic products by the healthcare professionals representing both our country and foreign research centers. I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
We cannot hear you. Your microphone somehow.
Thank you, President.
Yes.
Thanking His Magnificence, Rector of the Medical University of Silesia in Katowice, Professor Tomasz Szczepański, I would like to ask for a speech Vice Dean of the Faculty of the Pharmaceutical Sciences in Sosnowiec, Associate Professor Agata Kabała-Dzik.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Apiterapia to stosunkowo nowa dziedzina nauki, niemniej jednak produkty pochodzenia pszczelego były stosowane od wieków.
Apiterapii is a relatively new field of knowledge. Bee products have been used successfully in wound healing as painkillers and anti-aging products, but there was no undeniable scientific evidence describing the mechanism of action of the apitherapeutics used.
W ostatnich latach ogromny postęp w różnego rodzaju dziedzinach, między innymi dziedzinach medycyny, techniki, umożliwił pojawienie się takich narzędzi, które mogłyby zbadać mechanizmy działania produktów pochodzenia naturalnego, w tym apiterapeutyków.
The fundamental progress that has been made in medical and pharmaceutical sciences in recent years has allowed the development of research tools to facilitate the determination of the mechanism of action of the raw materials of natural origin, including apitherapeutics.
Szanowni Państwo, niezmiernie mi miło otworzyć konferencję i życzę Państwu udanych obrad. Dziękuję bardzo.
Distinguished speakers, honorable guests, dear participants, I'm pleased to open the second International Apitherapeutic Congress. Thank you. Thanking Professor Agata Kabaładzik for her statement, I would like to ask the president of the Apitherapy Association in Turkey, Associate Professor Ali Timuçin Atayoglu, for a speech.
Yes. Good morning, greetings from Istanbul, Turkey. Dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of the Turkish Apitherapy Association and the International Federation of Apitherapy, I wish this message finds you all in the best health and in the best state. And I wish, of course, this pandemic crisis has hopefully had not had any severe effects on you and your families, on your relatives and beloved ones. And having lived through this pandemic and experiencing its effects on our lives, as we are having a new conference now, this is something that now we learned online events by the opportunity of pandemics. It may be a good time to share our experiences on apitherapy. And it is in this spirit that I would like to share with you my best wishes for this conference. And I hope soon we can meet again physically in our country, Turkey, or in Europe, in somewhere that we can meet, maybe in your country, hopefully. And we need to bring our experiences together, and we need to share our clinical and experimental findings. Well, we are going to talk on some certain issues in this conference. There will be very important presentations, and I'm sure they will be very interesting presentations on different issues, especially on pharmaceuticals, with the emphasis of apitherapy on medicine and pharmaceuticals, and also some innovations in this field. However, we have to keep in mind, I believe, that we have to do something for the prevention also, because apitherapy is not only for treatment, but for the prevention. And there will be some presentations, I think, on this topic as well, some important points on the prevention of some problems. So I wish it will be a very fruitful event, and I thank the organizing committee of this conference, especially to Dr. Anna, and wish to all a successful Congress. Thank you very much.
Thanking President Ali Timuçin Atayoglu for his harangue, I would like to ask the President of the Romanian Apitherapy Society, General Secretary of the International Federation of Apitherapy, Dr. Stefan Stangiaciu, for a speech.
Yes, thank you very, very much for inviting me here. Thank you very much to all organizers. And again, like Dr. Timuçin, thank you very much to Dr. Anna Gorecka. She's very active in our groups. And it's amazing what we are doing in Poland. You have so many good scientists. And indeed, the most important part is to understand the mechanism of action of the substances from the beehive products. We have thousands of active components in the bee products, natural bee products, with over 70 pharmacological properties. So in the experience we treated in the last hundreds of years, over 800 diseases. So it's a huge field of knowledge and of practice. And I fully agree with Dr. Ali Timucin. We need to focus not only on the mechanism of action, which is the pharmacology part, but also to go with this knowledge to go more in the practice, in the clinical applications. Here it's, let's say, a weak spot still in apitherapy. If you look to Apimondia congresses, we have hundreds of papers on the composition and properties of the bee products, but not so much on the clinical applications. So this is to put in practice the knowledge. This is the idea. And I agree also with the idea of prophylaxis. Prophylaxis is always better than treatment. And also, at the end of my small talk, best wishes from our Romanian Apiterapii Society, German Apiterapii Society, and especially from our International Federation of Apitherapy. Thank you very much for inviting me here.
Thanking President Stangiaciu for his statement, I would like to ask the President of Australian Apitherapy Association, Dr. Bridget Goodwin.
Firstly, let me thank everyone organising this wonderful conference for the invitation to take part and be involved. Thank you so much to Dr. Anna for reaching out to us in Australia and for being so active in the international apitherapy groups. It is a great honour for us to be involved. As many of you know, Australia is very new to apitherapy, and we set up the Australian Apitherapy Association only last year, and our November conference was very well attended and supported by many of you here. And we are very grateful because in Australia, apitherapy is not known very well, but as a result of our activities and our international connections, more people are reaching out to us to ask about this important natural traditional medicine. And I'm very proud to be working to try and raise awareness of this very effective treatment, both for prevention and for treatment of many difficult illnesses such as cancer, asthma, arthritis. And in Australia, people are looking more for solutions to the difficult diseases such as Lyme disease, which, as many of you know, apitherapy is very helpful in treating. Thank you to everyone, and I'm very honoured to be here, and our very best wishes from the Australian Apitherapy Association. Thank you.
Thanking President Goodwin for her address, I would like to ask the President of the First International Medical Society for Apitherapy from Serbia, Dr. Zorica Plavšić.
Hello to everyone, and especially dear member of the organizing and scientific committee for organized such a nice congress. Many greetings from all apitherapists from Serbia. It is a special honor for me to be a part of this meeting. I don't know what your experience is, but I'm always encouraged by the participation or even presence in such gatherings. We often encounter misunderstandings from patients as well as colleagues and beekeepers in my country, but after such professional meetings, we seem to gain a new enthusiasm and strength for our work. As the professionals, we apply all the principles of modern diagnostics, prevention, and treatment. But as the expert in the effects of bee products on human and animal health, we advocate their use parallel with medical therapy. Today, there is no doubt that bee products are unique in their composition and action. If we use them daily, they have a very beneficial effect on our overall health. They give vitality, strength, and even beauty. And as somebody said, this is why apitherapy is not only a science, but it is also an art. My experience is that we should appear in the media as often as possible to educate people to use bee products properly. It is also necessary to participate in professional meetings of medical doctors, dentists, veterinarians, pharmacists, and to encourage them to apply apitherapy in the treatment of their patient. I wish you very successful meetings today and tomorrow, and all the best to every speaker on this meeting.
At the end of opening ceremony, I would like to ask Assistant Professor Anna Górecka, representing Department of the Community Pharmacy of the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences in Sosnowiec, Medical University of Silesia in Katowice, to address a few words to distinguished speakers, honorable guests, and dear participants of the Second International Apiterapii Congress.
Dear participant, respected speakers, I'd like to welcome everyone. I am honored that I can meet with you today and continue International Apiterapii Congress online in Poland. I hope that this Congress allows us to develop apitherapy in Poland and contribute with research progress using bee products in prophylaxis and treatment. Today, our goal is to present possibility of using bee products in pharmaceutical industry. Knowing biopharmacology of bee products, we will be able to implement bee products and isolated compounds from them as ingredients of medicines and supplement of diet. I hope that those 2 days allow us to share knowledge and experience. Here, I would like to underline that my scientific interest in bee products give me opportunity to meet a lot of wonderful people and develop in field of bee products. As a result of our meeting among last 2 years, I would like to promote using bee products in dentistry. Ladies and gentlemen, this Congress wouldn't happen without support of Medical University of Silesia, who gave approval, support of International of Federation of Apiterapii, steered by Dr. Ali Timucin, Romanian Apiterapii Association, steered by Dr. Stefan Stangiaciu, Australian Apiterapii Association, steered by Dr. Bridget Goodwin, and First International Medical Society for Apiterapii in Serbia, steered by Dr. Zorica Plavish, and many, many people who helped organize this event. I am sure that this online Congress minimalizes our geographical distance and give us opportunity to develop apitherapy and will strengthen cooperation between Medical University of Silesia in Katowice and another scientific centers. So in the near future, I hope we will continue our scientific plans and increase of implementation of bee products as an innovative pharmaceutical formulation. Finally, I would like to invite all scientists to publish their valuable works in special issue of Applied Sciences entitled Propolis and Other Bee Products, Beneficial Effect on Health and Processing Technology. Thanks your knowledgeable articles, we will be able to spread apiterapii all over the world. I wish you fruitful Congress.
Thank you, Professor Kura-Górecka. Distinguished speakers, honorable guests, dear participants, before I present the program of the first scientific session of the first day of the conference, I would like to ask you to pay special attention to conference savoir-vivre. At first, introduce yourself, mentioning your name and surname. Moreover, write a question to the moderator in the chat, naturally. The moderator will direct the selected 2 questions to the speaker after the lecture. Last but not least, the right to access the desktop screen will be granted by the specialists from Information Technology Department few minutes before the lecture. Thank you for understanding. Distinguished speakers, honorable guests, and dear participants, allow me now to introduce the schedule of the first scientific session of the first day of our conference. Inaugural lecture will be presented by the president of the Romanian Apiterapii Society, Dr. Stefan Stangiaciu. Second lecture, interview by Bridget Godwin, may be helpful in enlightening recent case studies as apiterapii in Australia. Third lecture by Christina Matescu will present the important issue on honey purity and authenticity for our health. The fourth lecture by Dr. Ali Ahmed, entitled Bee Products in the Prevention of Diabetes and Secondary Complications, also will be presented. At the end of the first session, Professor Anna Kura-Górecka will present the lecture entitled Antioxidant Activity of Propolis from Different Geographical Locations, Impact on Biological Activity, and Dosages of Propolis as a Compartments of Medicines. Second session will be started by Merve Keskin lecture entitled Bee Products in Nanotechnology, Future and Perspectives. Second lecture by Andresa Beretta, by Dr. Andresa Beretta, will focus on development, characterization, and bioactivity of propolis encapsulated using innovative pharmaceutical technology. Third lecture by Professor Badia Lucy will focus on potential use of bee products as multi-target therapeutic for pathologies. At the end of the second session, Dr. Małgorzata Kusek will present studies of propolis in Zabrze, the past and present perspective. Second session will end with a round table. Thank you. The first inaugural lecture will be presented by the president of the Romanian Apiterapii Society, Dr. Stangiaciu.
Okay. Thank you very much for all your words and for your moderation. I prepared a presentation, a general presentation on the apipharmacology and a bit of clinical part. And let me share the screen and I'll start. Okay, let me here. This one. Yes. So some hints on the apipharmacology, apitherapy in the clinical practice. Life on Earth, to start from the general view from outside, is depending on biophysics, but also on biochemistry. And if we look in the cells, in each of our active cells, we have around 100,000 biochemical reactions per second, every single second. So the complexity is huge. And my very first conclusion here is that we cannot make happy the cells with only some substances. We need to go for thousands of substances in order to make the cells happy. There are 7,000 errors in the DNA that are occurring every day, according to the geneticians. So if we'll have not in the cells continuous non-stop DNA repairs, we will have no life practically. We live very short time. So Mother Nature is a source of pharmacologically active substances for millions of years. And if we look in more detail, many bacteria knows how to fight viruses. Many plants knows how to fight viruses and bacteria and fungus, for example. And the bees, which collect pharmacologically active substances from the plants, from Mother Nature, also knows how to fight viruses, bacteria, and fungi. And a big question is here, if we make the comparison, are bees better than pharma industry? Or can they have a better role in the future? And let's have a look a bit on the internal anatomy of the bee. If we look to the bee, to their anatomy and physiology, the bee is an extremely important living being on Earth. So Mother Nature gave to the bees all kinds of mechanisms of defense, of regeneration, of multiplication, of activity, and so on and so on. But keep in mind that every single part of the bee is attacked by pathogen macroorganisms, by physical factors like radiation, like ultraviolets, and so on and so on. So the bees learned in the last some says over 100 million years to defend against all these factors. So the bee is for us an extraordinary model. And as I said, the bees are attacked by all these kind of pathogen macroorganisms. And the bees are making all the many bee products, at least the 10, but the most we can have also using practice also about 15, 16 different bee products, but the most important are 10 of them. And if you look on the scientific research, which was done in the last about 100 years, we have at least 20 useful properties for honey, 70 useful properties for propolis, 40 useful properties for royal jelly, 45 for bee pollen, 30 for bee venom, and 10 for beehive air, at least. So, and day by day, other scientists are coming with new details, with new information on these kind of properties. What is mind-blowing is that we have in a beehive so many useful properties, so we can use them to prevent and treat hundreds of diseases. So the main bee products we use in Apiterapii are honey, honeydew honey, propolis, beeswax, beehive air. In the last about 20 years, the beehive air gets more and more image and use in the practice. Apilarnil, the drone larvae, royal jelly, bee bread, bee pollen, and bee venom. And each of these products, as I said, have many, many different useful properties. So one of the secrets of clinical apitherapy is to use all these properties more or less simultaneously to have a good synergic effect. And let's see some of the most useful such properties product by product. Let's start with honey. Honey, floral honey, which comes from flowers, from the nectar of the flowers, is processed by the bees, improved in their composition in enzymes, in acids, in polyphenols, and having less water, and so on. So honey is an extraordinary product for apitherapy. And if we look to some of the over 20 properties of honey, we can see that honey is an excellent energy source for all cells in the body. But let's say most important for the nervous system, which is an important coordinator, and for the immune system. Honey is very good as nutritive as because it has all kinds of carbohydrates, but mainly because honey enhances the absorption of other nutrients in the blood from the stomach, small intestine, and even large intestine. So that's why I put it here, nutritive. Antioxidant, it's clear there are hundreds of studies which shows that honey is antioxidant. Antibacterial, antiviral, antiparasitary, again, hundreds, thousands of articles on this one. Detoxification, because honey gives energy to the liver, to the kidneys, to lungs, to all those organs which are important in detox. And also we know for thousands of years that honey is excellent as a wound healer. It's excellent in cicatrizing through many different mechanisms. Honeydew honey, it's a honey which has more minerals and more polyphenols. It's dark in color. And if we look to the main properties, again, antibacterial, antiviral, antiparasitary, but it's a big source of organic minerals and polyphenols. So this helps not only the bones, the locomotory system, which needs such minerals, but also the immune system, and every single cell in the body needs more or less minerals. It's again cicatrizing. What is most important, honeydew honey is better antioxidant than floral honey, and better antibacterial, antiviral, and antiparasitary than floral honey because it has this more minerals and polyphenols. Propolis, we have the brown propolis from Europe, New Zealand, Canada, northern temperate areas of our planet. We have also the famous green propolis from Brazil, from Baccharis dracunculifolia. And we have also the red propolis from Dalbergia castophyllum, also from Brazil. And of course, there are many other types of propolis, Taiwan, and so on and so on. But basically, propolis all over the world has very good properties and more or less similar properties. The most important one, in my opinion, is that propolis is an excellent protector. It's a protector of cells and tissues and organs and systems at cell level, at all levels, membrane, cytoplasm, nucleus. And this protection is extremely important for our health. It's a big source, very concentrated source in organic minerals and polyphenols. But the amount of propolis which we are using daily, it's not very big. So it's excellent as a source of these substances. But when we apply it locally, topically, when you take it just by the mouth, it's not enough source. Antioxidant, we know very well it's excellent as antioxidant. And again, against the pathogen macroorganisms. Anti-inflammatory, as a result of these two properties together, we get anti-inflammatory effect, very well known in the practice of apiterapii. Detox, propolis can block the heavy metals. It has this chelation property, and it can block many other toxins. Cicatrizing, excellent, especially for the skin, mucosas, this part of the body, which are like larger tissues. It's very, very good at cicatrizing. And there are, as I said, over another 60 such useful properties. Now, for the beeswax, we use beeswax for thousands of years in the practice against many, many conditions. And if I would select from all these properties just a few of them, it's cicatrizing for superficial wounds, because beeswax contains, when it's yellow, contains also polyphenols, not so much as propolis, but enough to help the cicatrizing of superficial wounds. It's excellent as absorbent of useful substances, And this is used in cosmetics and in many other situations. Like here, we can add propolis tincture on a sheet of beeswax, and we can put it on the back for people which have back problems like pains and so on. And it's also an excellent absorbent and then releaser of heat. And here it's one image from a very interesting use in Asia, in China, in Tibet, like beeswax and propolis against the pains caused by the cold. And it's also excellent, we know this for many years, as desensitizing against the anemophilous pollen allergy. Here are the images about the Tibetan wax propolis therapy. It's very interesting. So they make a combination of propolis and beeswax, and they heat it with a special device, and then they apply it on the skin, directly on the skin. And also to keep the heat on that area, let's say somebody has a problem in the elbow, they add this kind of device which brings heat through electrical mean. And then the patient can stay like 20-30 minutes, and the heat goes very deep into the body, into those areas where it's applied. I practiced myself this kind of method. It was a big conference in China, and I was like 30 minutes after I took out this device. I was still feeling heat in my bones, very, very deep. So it's a very interesting novel application. Beehive air. The beehive air, it's kind of sum of everything which comes volatile from the beehive, and also from the environment, because we get it from the environment also. And nowadays, there are very modern methods to get the beehive air from the beehive, special devices which are approved by the health department in Germany as a medical device. And the results are really excellent in the last, not 20 years, sorry, it's now in the last 30 years, because the Austrians, they started with this beehive air therapy in a professional way in 1989. Here is one image from our center in Romania with this lady is from Australia. She came for courses in our country, and we can apply very easily this device on top of the beehives. Okay, and some of the properties of the beehive air: bronchodilatory. It was observed in all these countries that beehive air is excellent against asthma, for bronchitis, when it's this kind of spasm into the bronchi. Antibacterial, it's a pretty recent study done in Egypt. Beehive air can destroy also bacteria, especially, of course, the bacteria which are in the lungs, because we inhale the beehive air, and the components, the volatiles from the beehive air can act directly on the bacteria which are in our nose or in our trachea or bronchi or in the lungs. It's also desensitizing against anemophilous pollen allergy, like the beeswax is like capping wax. And then it's antidepressive, so beehive air doesn't work only on the lungs, but also deeper in the body, because the volatiles from the beehive air can pass the barrier between the lungs and the blood very easy. So improves also the blood flow in the lungs and all over the body. A recent discovery in Germany, it can help against the long COVID symptoms. It's good also, like bronchodilatory is also against the mucus. It dries in a sense. It's like propolis, it dries the mucus, it's anti-edematous and so on. And one explanation is that beehive air components, the volatiles from the beehive air, comes mainly from propolis, which is inside the beehive, and mainly from beeswax. And both of them, propolis and beeswax, are drying the excessive humidity, if you want. Royal jelly, another famous product which is used in medicine, and it was also a lot studied by the pharmacists in the last decades. A few properties: it's excellent microfood. We know that the queen in the beehive, all her lifetime, with very few exceptions, she eats only royal jelly. And this is amazing, because imagine that we'll eat only one food all our lifetime. How should be this food? Okay, then it improves fertility, we know from many studies in not only in humans, but also in animals, in birds, everywhere where we give royal jelly, we have usually improvement in the fertility. Antibacterial, antiviral, antimycotic. It was used also extensively in the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a source of natural hormones, especially female kind of hormones. And it's a big helper of the stem cells production and differentiations, including it for the neural stem cells. This was discovered in Japan many years ago. Apilarnil, the drone larvae, the drones, the males of the bee colony, have a lot of stem cells inside, but also male hormones. It's a source of natural hormones. It's also an excellent mini food. So we can eat like 5 grams, even 10 grams of apilarnil per day as a mini food. It contains, as I said, lots of stem cells. It's a helper for the physical and mental growth of the children. For example, it's very good in oligophrenia. Of course, not the oligophrenia, which is genetically induced. Improves the fertility, especially in males. Bee pollen, it's another mandatory product in the protocols of apiterapii, except, of course, when somebody is allergic to bee pollen. But if it's not allergic, we should use for all patients. And the most important property, in my opinion, of bee pollen, it's because it is a huge source of enzymes, really huge source of enzymes. And this enzymes comes directly into our bloodstream and lymphatic flow from the large intestine, not from the stomach and the small intestine as we believed in the past. Bee pollen is practically a stem cell. It's a helper for the physical and mental functioning of all the body. Antidepressive, soft aphrodisiac, improves also the fertility. We know for many years from a study done in Sweden that bee pollen is excellent for prostate functioning. It's excellent for regeneration and repairs, especially the liver level. Bee bread, which is fermented bee pollen, but not opened bee pollen as we saw before. It's a combination of bee pollen, bee saliva, and lactobacillus species. Then honey, of course. So this brings the bee bread, and the bee bread it's again a huge source of enzymes like bee pollen. It's a good source of polyphenols, more polyphenols than the pollen because they are released better from the outside of the exina. It's antibacterial, better than pollen. It's antioxidant, better than pollen, floral pollen. And it's excellent also for regeneration and repairs. Bee venom. Bee venom, it's also another mandatory product to be used in apiterapii. If a patient has an allergy to bee venom, we can use to bee stings and to injections of bee venom. We can use bee venom creams, diluted. We can use physiotherapy. There are other ways to use bee venom if we cannot use injections or direct stings. And some of the many properties of bee venom, one of them anti-tumoral. We know from many studies, including in Australia, we have here Bridget. In Australia, it was done a study on breast cancer, and they proved in laboratory conditions that bee venom is anti-tumoral. It's very good vasodilatatory. It's also antibacterial, antiviral, and then anti-inflammatory. And we use a lot bee venom in the practice as being the strongest stimulator of the nervous, endocrine, cardiovascular, and immune systems. We need stimulation when we want to heal a certain disease because we need to stimulate the acupuncture points, the meridians, the nervous system, and so on to improve the functioning of the body. Okay, and one example here of use of bee venom against arteritis obliterans or thromboangiitis, Buerger thromboangiitis, is a disease caused by mainly by smoking, and it causes gangrene. It blocks the arteries and through atherosclerosis and so on, and then the patients usually need to go to amputation. Thanks to Dr. Alexandru Parteniu, he was the pioneer of apiterapii in Romania. He found the method to fight against many diseases, including this one. And he found out that bee venom can improve the formation of new capillaries. Practically, the bee venom, it's kind of making the neocapillary genesis, and it makes a kind of bypass. So even if there is a blockade, an artery is blocked somewhere on the calves or on the thigh, you can come with bee venom and 2-3 sessions per week, like a couple of weeks, months. Then step by step, because of the bee venom, new blood vessels are created, and you can bypass the blockade, and then you can bring oxygen and nutrients to the food. So there is a tremendous amount of intelligence at molecular level, we can say. Remember that I said that every second there are 100,000 biochemical reactions, and they are in complete order, of course, in the healthy cells, and in the right time, perfect chronology. So we can say that it's really intelligence at molecular material level. And the molecules know when and how to combine each other in order to keep us alive and happy. We do not need to think how to make the biochemical things in our cells. It is made more or less automatically by this intelligence. So here is my big question to you. It's a bit provocative question. You'll see. If 100,000 biochemical reactions are happening each second in most of our living cells, can we prevent and treat diseases with only one kind of substance, with only one type of molecule? Is it enough to treat an infection with antibiotics based on only one molecule or substance? Is cortisone alone enough to treat inflammations having so many different causes? Is chemotherapy based on one molecule principle enough to treat an extremely complex syndrome like cancer? Can only one molecule neutralize, eliminate all following causes and cofactors related to cancer? Look here, just in this image made by the scientists. Cancer can be caused by so many different factors. So how can you fight against all these factors with only one substance strategy? And finally, if the bacteria would be a terrorist, will you use only one molecule principle against this terrorist, or will you use a lot of different components? So is the actual strategy against bacteria, it's like this strategy. Like having somebody with a bow and trying to fight this terrorist with so powerful, heavy weapons. This is laughable to treat bacteria with only one substance. And because of this huge mistake made by pharma industry, hundreds of thousands of people are dying every year, more than for COVID in the last pandemics, are dying about this because of this infections which are coming into the hospitals mainly, because the doctors are still following the strategy made by the big pharma to use one molecule antibiotic. So the correct, intelligent, and effective strategy is the one that uses multiple weapons or substances, not only one weapon substance. And this we proved in apiterapii for so many years. If you look all over the world, there are apiterapii practitioners who are using the bee products against wounds, infected wounds, against infections, inflammations, and so on and so on. And they use multiple substances because the bee products have huge number of different substances which are acting synergically. So if you want to fight the terrorists in this symbolic idea, you need all kinds of weapons. You should not use only that ridiculous bow. So in our apiterapii, in order to destroy the bacteria and the viruses, we use all these kind of groups of substances. And each of them, it's extremely complex. And you need years to understand how they work, the mechanism of action. But thanks to scientists like we have now in Poland and all these other countries, we can identify this mechanism. And once we understand how they work, we are more empowered to continue to use the bee products against such problems. There are over 10,000 scientific studies on the beehive products, and you can check them in PubMed, in Sudoc, and so on. And it was some months ago, it were 2,877 studies on propolis, but now it's more than 3,000 studies. And the basic conclusions of my presentation is that if we can help with these pharmacological actions and properties from the bee products, we can help the functioning of one cell, then we can help the functioning of all cells and tissues and organs in the body. And let me show you a few examples of the apiterapii using against the various disease groups very quickly. Like here, we can use honey and propolis against the wounds. Here it's an image made in Limoges University of Medicine in France. Professor Bernard Descott, he used the honey, here thyme honey against over 3,000 cases of wounds. Here is one example from Romania, a patient having gangrene in advanced, not very advanced, but still very troubling stadium. Got recovery with a combination of honey, and essential oils. Here is very simple application in veterinary medicine. Before and after an operation, you can inject honey, ideally honey combined with some propolis, including propolis tincture, because this will help the fast healing of the wound, like you see here. In gastroenterology, we use for a lot of time propolis against Helicobacter pylori, but also against the bleeding, against the inflammation, against the acidity, against the spastic in this area, and also against the high level sometimes of histamine. So propolis here, it's like 10 medicinal drugs in the same time. So it's like multiple pharmacy, multiple medicines in one product. In otorhinolaryngology, we have excellent results. It's like 80% of the otorhinolaryngological disease can be prevented and treated with beehive products. Sinusitis, rhinitis, otitis here, media and so on, pharyngitis. It's a huge field of practice and knowledge with very good results. So the otorhinolaryngologists should become specialized in apitherapy too as soon as possible. Then in pneumology, we know COVID-19, but there are many other lung diseases which can be prevented and treated with apitherapy, especially asthma, bronchitis. Beehive air, as I told you before, it's very good for lung disease, but also for nervous system disease because the volatiles goes deep into the body. In pediatry, we can use the bee products ideally before the baby is made, before the parents are making love to get that first egg into the uterus. So, but also we can give the bee products to the children in different stages, with, of course, very well chosen doses and applied according to several rules. In rheumatology, we know that bee venom is very, very good. Even if, like this, we have deformation of the joints, the patients, when they receive the bee product, especially bee venom, they can live without pains. Because pain is given by lack of oxygen and by accumulation of acids and residues. And bee venom can improve the blood flow at this level too. And eliminating these two main causes, most of the people having this condition can live without pain. In sexual pathology, there are sexual problems, dynamic sexual problems like impotence or frigidity and things like this, or infertility altogether. Beehive products can help a lot. And the explanation that bee venom activates the nervous system, which is related especially to the genital area and the lumbar area, and then it can fight the coldness. The coldness is the main cause of infertility. And once this cause is eliminated, then the fertility is improved. Like here in this image, you can see the cause of the infertility is the cold, local cold, and the local cold, which can be verified, checked physically, very, very simple. You just use your hands, the back part of your hand, and you go from up to down, and you see that the basin area, the sacral area, it's already very cold, in the ladies especially. So you can correct this problem with the bee products and get this kind of result. And in dermatology, there are thousands of studies on the use of bee products in dermatology. And we saw in the last conference made in Poland last year that we can use propolis and honey against wounds and against many, many dermatological problems. Here is one example of the bee venom used against this kind of Verruca seborrheica, which is not only bad from the aesthetical point of view, but this kind of benign tumors can go to malign tumors. So it's a preventative action of bee venom here. Here is the use of propolis against the wounds, like this beekeeper lady from Germany. She got this kind of wound. And she was treated locally on the street with propolis, and then she continued to use propolis cream. And in less than 2 weeks, more exactly in 13 days, she was having this kind of healing. So almost no wound is still seen. So, and it's in an old lady. So propolis is extraordinarily cicatrizing, anti-bleeding, and so on and so on. In cosmetology, we have also very interesting results. In Romania, we have a lady which is a world expert, I would say, in apicosmetics, and she uses pollen and all other bee products for the beauty. In dentistry, we have doctors specialized in apiterapii in dentistry, and one of their explanations that propolis is very good against all stages of inflammations, which are going, for example, to parodontosis. And propolis is very sticky, and if you apply it on the teeth or on the mucosa here on the gums, you can protect the teeth of coming to this kind of results. The main cause here is Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, and all these sweets. One of the best experts in the world in apidentistry is Dr. Rafael Feliti from Montevideo, Uruguay. And I just give you a few photos from his presentations. And just look here, we can inject propolis solution, like a 20% propolis solution, the propolis tincture directly into the root canal, and we can get excellent results. And here is another explanation, another case when the dentist needs to extract the tooth, like here, in order to prevent infections, especially in the people with diabetes, they can use honey. So honey inside, and then the healing comes much faster. Conclusions, the beehive products correctly collected and processed can be used practically in all over 40 medical specialties. So I gathered in the last 31 years data and articles from all these specialties like neurology, surgery, geriatrics, endocrinology, and so on and so on. Practically all specialists, medical specialists can use the bee products and should use. The second conclusion, to use properly the beehive products, we need a lot of good training because we need to know how to assess the quality of a bee product. We need to know a bit of beekeeping. And if we don't have this kind of knowledge, we can make some mistakes in the practice. Then, of course, apiterapii is excellent when it works interdisciplinary with an integrative medicine approach. And we have had in the recent years in Turkey, in Istanbul, such integrative medicine, huge conferences. And for further information, yes, you can join us, you can contact us in the Romanian Apiterapii Society. Here we have the website. In German Apiterapii Society, here is the website. And especially, we'll be happy to welcome you if you join our International Federation of Apiterapii with this website and having Dr. Ali Timucin as our president. Thank you very much for your attention. And thank you again to the organizers for their extraordinary efforts.
Thank you, President Stankiaciu. Now allow me to introduce the interview by Dr. Goodwin entitled "Some Enlightening Recent Case Studies as Apiterapii Becomes Known in Australia." However, before presenting the interview, describing mentioned selected apitherapeutic cases on behalf of organizers and participants, I would like to ask for a few words of scientific introduction for the audience to this interview that will be presented in a moment. Dr. Goodwin, if you'd be so kind, address a few words of introduction to the interview.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you again for the invitation to your wonderful conference. This case is about a man in a very remote city in Australia. His name is John Lowcock. He lives in the city called Darwin, which is right up the top of Australia, very small city. He unfortunately had a diagnosis of lung cancer early in 2022, early this year. And he had attended Apimondia as a schoolboy in Adelaide many years before, and he reached out to the Apiterapii Association because he had been vaguely aware that bee medicine could possibly be used to treat his illness. And when he reached out to me, he said that he had passionately wanted to try to use natural medicine to treat his illness rather than have chemotherapy. In fact, he had many arguments with his doctor who discouraged him from following a traditional natural method. And he was very brave, and he decided that he would do it himself. So he reached out to me, and I spent a fair bit of time helping him, supporting him, encouraging him to get bees. I encouraged him to immediately start nebulizing propolis, and I made up some herbal medicine, which I sent to him in the mail. So we've had many months of discussion, correspondence. He's reached out to me for support many times. I was aware that he's in a very isolated place with no backup, certainly not many natural medicine practitioners in his city, and not very many conventional medical practitioners either. So he had very few resources, which I think is why this case is so amazing, because he treated himself. And I will say that he went quite far. He went much further than I would have suggested. And I think if we play the video now, you'll see what I mean. He did some things that, because he was very, in terms of his own treatment, he was very experimental. At one stage, I mean, he got up to stinging himself 30 to 50 times a day for a period with bees. He also sought wasp venom from, I think, from Brazil. And he developed this notion that if he got as much melatonin into his body as possible, he would be able to deter the cancer. So one mistake he made, which he describes in the interview, is he started putting bee venom powder under the tongue sublingually, which he said helped him, but he did something else that was very extreme, which I had never encouraged, was he actually inhaled it through his nose, and I think he developed an infection in his lungs and ended up in hospital. But in this interview, he jokes about that. I will say that many of you who know Australians, they have a very laconic sense of humour, and he laughs about what he did, which some people might find a bit strange. But it's a very interesting interview with someone who has medicated himself and effectively reversed stage 4 lung cancer. So I'll let you play the video now.
Thank you, President Goodwin. I think we have been successfully introduced. Thank you.
Hello, John.
Good morning, Bridget. How are you?
I'm well. I have with me John Lowcock from Darwin. who had an unfortunate diagnosis of lung cancer early in 2022. And John has done a rather interesting thing. He has reached out to the Australian Apiterapii Association for advice on natural medicine that he could use in conjunction with the conventional chemotherapy offered by his doctor. I just want to show you, first of all, before we get started, where John is. Top of Australia in a city called Darwin, which is a fairly small city. What's your population, John?
180 would probably get to its biggest amount. It's max. It's on to get everyone else in town from out remote.
180,000, yeah?
Yeah, yep.
And what sort of medical
yes.
resources do you have up there, John?
Very, very limited. Very limited.
So could you start by describing for us how you got this diagnosis and what you did?
Well, we've had diverticulitis in the past. So I just went up to hospital. That's it. Get some antibiotics for it, straightforward, and go home again. Not to be. They wanted to be a bit more thorough. Nice new hospital here. It's fantastic at Palmerston. And yes, so they wanted to do a CT scan. So the results of the scan also brought up the base of my lungs, and they discovered some spots. So that was the start of that. And I think that was back in early February, 14th or 17th, something like that. 14th, I think.
Is this the image here of the lung cancer, John?
Yes, that's definitely one of them. Yeah, that's probably at its most advanced state where it got, yep.
So what did you decide to do when you had this diagnosis?
That's it, yeah. Have a good think. That was the first thing. Yeah, that's which way we're going to go. It all pretty well started, got me going on this path, is speaking to a friend who mother dear happened to get a bit nosy and just let everybody know. And old mate piped up and said his sister diagnosed with cancer once before, and she just went on to colloidal silver, royal jelly. They gave her 16 months or something like that, and 16 years she's still going.
So what path did you decide to take? Did you agree to have chemotherapy?
That's it, yeah. God, that's one thing in the back of my mind. Like at stage 4, it's nothing to be mucked around with, and it's pretty serious, this one here, because it did move along rather quickly. And so, yeah, so we kept that in the back of the mind. But, yeah, so went back to the old apitherapy bit, back to my school days and that sort of thing, and that reminded me of venoms and everything else. And so that's where we started to kick off from there. And I think I might have come across yourself at one point in time, and that's when we hit the propolis trial.
So can you tell me what you were doing with propolis?
You're going to like this. We were nebulizing it. This, people, is my magic little box. This is my nebulizer. 240 volt, plug it into the wall. Sorry if I'm going too fast. Hasn't had it cleaned since last use, but straightforward. Plug the hose in. Fill up the bowl with your mix. I think it was the maximum amount of mix in this bowl might have been 10 mils, and I would have been adding anywhere between 14 and 20 drops of propolis tincture in there. And once you've got that, out on. They do come with a mask. I found this here more convenient to use. So yeah, just pop that in your mouth, switch it on, of course, pop that in your mouth and inhale. And there's my propolis tincture.
So you're nebulizing propolis. What other bee products did you start using?
Oh, that's, yeah, the propolis capsules, the jelly, yeah, all that's it. And then we moved on to bees and bee venom.
Did you have trouble getting bees in Darwin?
Oh, mate, yes. Yep, took a little while to find some. That was the biggest problem. That's when if you go back and look at those pictures, you'll see what advanced a fair bit. Everything advanced, actually. Not to worry. But yes, yeah, so once I got the hives in, that was all cool. We started doing that, yeah.
So can you describe to me what you did with the bees?
Yes, started on the knees. I get half of them going out there, catching them first, bringing them back in, putting them out with a pair of tweezers and putting them on an area. But yeah, I've got crooked knees. I hate crooked knees.
How many bee stings did you give yourself every day?
Averaged anywhere between 20 and 30, probably 25 you could call it, maybe 27. It's probably on the higher side towards 30 all the time. And I'd say 54 was my maximum. That's only because I ran out of bees. I just wanted to give the system a bit of a shock.
So can you tell me what happened when you were stinging your knees with bee venom? What happened?
My knees are repaired.
What can you describe that more for me, please?
If you can go the previous reports from radiologists about having bone on bone and osteoarthritis, that sort of thing written there. And I'd be going to spend 20 minutes walking around with a walking stick. That's it. After that, I have to sit down for 5 minutes and then get up and go again. I have to stand at the front of a boat now and flick all day.
So do you mean that your knees repaired as a result of those bee stings?
Something's happened to it, yes, definitely. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I reckon I could go back and kick the football again.
Okay, so you decided to have chemotherapy. What did the doctor warn you about the side effects of chemo?
I didn't have to. I'm pretty aware of that stuff myself. So, yeah, I just don't want it in the system. As we know, at the end of the day, the cure is going to kill you. So
there was an issue about your oxygen levels. How were your oxygen levels and what did you do to manage that?
Mate, that's another story. Probably coming a bit early, but that's all good. But basically what happened with the oxygen levels was a lung infection. And the lung infection, possibly it may have been brought on by inhaling venom straight into the lungs.
Oh.
I don't recommend anybody do it. It's not the nicest feeling in the world.
So you inhaled bee venom, and you don't recommend that. That was something you did completely as an experiment, yeah?
That was a powder, yes, yeah. Well, that's it. I just figured, well, we breathe in that much dust and stuff and everything else in the world, you know, whatever. I just figured, well, it can't hurt if I can get it to the back of my throat without it collecting on my tongue and on the sides of my mouth and that little thing the hand stand in the back of your throat. I can't remember. But yeah, if it doesn't hang on that, it's good. But yeah, so that was the idea, is just to try and direct it to the back of the throat and get it down there.
So what else did you do with the bee venom powder, John?
Oh, that's it, yes. In between the couple of treatments, the 3 treatments I had, they didn't want me stinging just for the risk of infection from the bee itself. So that's it. I was just probably throwing a gram or 2 underneath the tongue every night as well, just in the hope of trying to keep the malignant level up and happening.
Okay, so let's have a look at your result from, we saw this earlier image. I'll just show again. This was your original image. And if I stop that share and show your, I think, is this the image that you had on the 1st of December? And can you describe for me, is this how the cancer is looking now?
That's the 1st of September. That was the most recent scan, yes. What it looks like now, who knows? Yeah, yeah.
Can you describe for me what's going on here?
Anything that's in that top part of the screen where you've got your little hand there, the pointer, you can see my ribs. I'm actually lying on my back. The top of the screen is where my head is, and of course that's my arms going up in the air. And so you can see where the ribs have been trimmed away. And the black area above the white bits, that's actually the lungs. So wherever it's showing black in there is the lung, which is all good. Wherever it's not, it's cancer.
So what you can see is that the tumour has reduced significantly. Is that what the doctor told you?
Oh, we've killed it off, mate.
So we have a look at, we've got the doctor's report here. I'll just share that. The doctor's report says that there are no hepatic metastases.
None.
there appears to be significant improvement since the previous study on the 23rd of June in response to therapy. It says the primary tumour in the left upper lobe shows significant reduction in volume. Further reduction noted at the right-sided pulmonary nodule. Most nodules now showing central lucency. No metastatic disease to the liver, adrenals or bones. No intracranial disease.
And it's interesting that they mention that, because all my lymph nodes have been affected, all 7 were affected. The ones in the left-hand lung, which of course is on the right-hand side of the screen, they've been affected pretty much the whole time. So that's 4 of those have been affected. And they've already been starting to be eaten away, at least a quarter.
So John, can you tell me, what do you think, what do you feel about using bee medicine, using apitherapy to treat your lung cancer? How do you think it's helped you?
I reckon it's an excellent foundation. That's it, mate. A good building block, for sure. That's it. Yes, not regretting it one bit. That's it. I've got a hive out the back of my own now, and just keep it up. And I have no doubt that it's been essential to my treatment, as far as I'm concerned.
So the doctor told you you're getting better, yes?
Yes, yeah. Yes, it was different when he said that, John, you are getting better. That was without the pictures. I think that was, might have gone back to the 20th or something like that before that scan was taken, so yes.
Do you mind if I show a little rundown of what you've actually been doing? I'm not sure if you can see this. I'm just going to try and share that on the screen. I think people will be very, very interested in how you've done this. So I'd like to, if it's possible, I'll have to sort of try and get that image up. Can you run down what you actually did?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Okay. So yeah, like I said, I started off with raw jelly, colloidal silver, because it's quick and easy to get here. As I said, we discussed propolis. So yes, we moved on propolis, colloidal silver and raw jelly, nebulizing as well as the capsule. That's it. And still nebulizing, still capsulizing, still colloidal silvering, still raw jelly. We moved on to lay trial. I couldn't get hold of any bees or any bee venom. And so we worked with the capsules for a while. There wasn't much happening there. From memory, I didn't feel anything. So we moved on to injecting it, and that came compounded already. So that was good. So yes, and it's started on your herbals from Apiterapii Spa as well. It's yes, about that time. And then I found some beehives, or at least 2 beehives, and yeah, I didn't want to wipe them out, so I knew I was going to be hitting it hard. So that's those a day, yeah, that's for sure. So it was getting hard. So I was doing that, and I decided to take up some Brazilian wasp venom. That has molybdenum in it as well as Apis mellifera, and yeah, it attacks the cell in a different way. So I just thought maybe the combination of the bee stinging with the bees wasp, with the layer trial, with the capsules, with the nebulizing. But yes, it must just fallen that far short. It wasn't funny. And also at that time was when I started up the bicarbonate and blackstrap molasses treatment to get the alkaline system up and that sort of thing, which we had to stop and go back to a regular diet, because I did 10 kilos in 2 weeks. They weren't very happy about that. I lost 10 kilos.
So you've managed your own self-care extremely well, and you've been very adventurous, sometimes extreme. What would you recommend to people if they had your diagnosis after what you've been through?
Don't inhale the venom. But yeah, that's it. Yeah. Well, that's it. And there's other things as well. I was doing iodine and peroxide, nebulizing that, and there's probably a couple other things out there as well. I did nebulize colloidal silver as well. Yeah. Lots of different little things.
Well, anyway, congratulations on your amazing result. It is a remarkable outcome, and you've been very
support,
courageous and taken it further than most people would go. So we really appreciate you describing your diagnosis today. Thank you very much.
Too easy.
And
Would you
stay
like me to
well.
grab you? Yeah, would you like me to grab you a bee out?
Oh, that'd be marvellous. Have you got one handy?
I'll give it a go. I've done my shoulder in, so I'm going to have to try and catch him in my left arm. So it might take a little bit, but they've had here for good, probably 40 minutes, so they should be pretty dull.
Have you found that that you've been reaching for the bees when you've had pain? You've been doing some...
Yeah, well, now that you've gone and brought that subject up, we'll go back to our wonderful Palmerston Hospital yesterday. I've actually just found out that I've got full-blown osteoarthritis in my right-hand shoulder. And so hospitals being hospitals, they don't want to give you anything to fix you up. You have to go see your doctor for that. So I came home with no painkillers, no nothing basically that's suited for it. And so I stung myself last night, and it was the only thing that gave me relief. Admittedly, the relief might only been for a couple of hours, but it was relief, that's for sure. So yes, and so I got my 3 hours sleep in, I think. I got up later, and I thought, oh, I'll go outside and get some bees. Don't do that at night.
Okay.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. So I managed to get 3 stings in it, and that settled it down again. But yeah, pity I just didn't get back to sleep. That's all.
Okay, let's go with the bee stings before this call runs out.
That's it. It's definitely made life easy to manage. Reasonable amount, any. Cleaner's tape, it'll do. Oh no, little things. So yes, there we have one beautiful little girl. Where do we want it? I'm just on the arm. Straightforward. You up, put him down there. You sit there, bingo, he stuck me.
Thank you, Bee, for your medicine.
Yeah, pity they die. Hey, off you come, girl.
Thank you very much, John. That was really great. Really appreciate your telling us about your treatment, and
yeah,
really
if it helps
wish you
someone
the
else
best.
out, why not?
Yes.
Cool bananas.
Well, you're a complete inspiration, and congratulations on your brave self-management.
Mate, what do you do? I'm here. I've got no resources. When it comes to the wasp venom, I had to compound that myself. And to do that sterile and that sort of thing as well as another little feed on its own, as well as getting the melittin out and keeping that sterile and that sort of thing, you know. So that was basically just the tent and nitrogen. So,
can I just ask you, did you expect to be so successful with your treatment?
something had to happen sooner or later. Something's got to give. That's it. And that's the other thing too. Yes, this benzidol, mate, it loves working with the bee venom as well. Yeah, that's another one. So yeah.
But were you surprised when you found out that the tumours were shrinking? When the doctor had what did the doctor say to you in the beginning about your prognosis?
Oh, that's 12 months. Oh, sorry, 18 months without treatment, 23 months with. That's my life expectancy. So yeah, 23 months.
And what do they say it is now?
Oh, no idea. No idea. I'm not going to even enter into that with them at the moment. So yes. But the other thing you've got to be remembered here too is bee venom's a real bugger because it gets rid of all your symptoms. So there's 3 times I thought I had actually advanced and gotten rid of it, when in actual fact it was completely the opposite. Yes, that was rather frustrating.
So are you saying that the bee venom made you feel well and the cancer was actually progressing?
Correct. Yes, I didn't have the nausea. I didn't have anything. The only thing I had was a cough.
So in other words, taking the bee venom supported the other treatment you were getting, so you weren't feeling unwell.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Yep. No effect from the chemos or the immuno they were putting in me. None whatsoever. Maybe, I shouldn't say none whatsoever. There probably was a little bit of effect maybe towards the end of the week, but it's just hard to say because it could have been die off or anything happening at the same time. But there was no immediate impact.
Have you tried to tell people how you're doing this, and what's been the reaction?
Well, that's it. Yeah, they just laugh. That's it. Yeah. I think it's a joke. Yeah, you get that. Some people can remain ignorant if they wish, but yeah, that's cool. But mate, like I said, it just must be that close to getting rid of it. If it can knock off all those symptoms, it must be just that 15th away. That's why I'd love to give it a go on a drip with the other method I'll talk to you about. So
yeah. Anyway, congratulations again. Thank you. Stay well. Stay in touch, and I'm sure we'll keep talking.
Okie dokie. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
We cannot hear you.
Thank you, and thank you again, President Stangiaczu, for your help. Thank you, Dr. Goodwin, as well, for an interesting interview. However, on behalf of organizers, I would like to suggest to present particular description of the interview during roundtable. The next lecture will be presented by Dr. Krystyna Matescu. The lecture will be focused on importance of honey purity and authenticity of our health.
Thank you very much. Well, I would like to share my screen. I'm a little bit confused as I have been asked by Dr. Anna to make a presentation on the quality requirements for honey used as food and for medical applications. So I wonder which one I should present. So I think I will do the requirements of quality, if you do not mind.
You'd be so kind.
Thank you very much. I have to share my screen, isn't it? Okay, just a moment. Okay. Is it okay? Can you see the screen? Okay. So we know very well that we eat honey. We are consumers of honey, but we have the right as consumers to receive truthful information about the food that we are going to eat. As we know, Codex Alimentarius defines honey as a completely natural product. And it also specifies that no food additives are permitted in honey. Even the product stored in the cells of the honeycomb, when bees are fed sugars or syrups, cannot be considered as honey. Although some countries permit the sale of manufactured substitutes for honey, so long as these are not forbidden in other countries, specifically prohibit the sale of products described as artificial honey or imitation honey. Well, honey is actually, as food, conventional table honey, so what we find on the shelves of the supermarkets. Then we have organic honey, but the product itself is not certified. It's only the procedure, the agricultural procedure that is supposed to produce organic honey. As food, honey is an energetic food. It has prebiotic effects, but this is related strictly to its condition, if it's raw honey or if it's heated honey. It is also a very good vehicle in food supplements, and together with other bee products or essential oils or herbal extracts or aromatic herb extracts can be a very good preparation also as a supplement, but also as a medicine in some cases. From the point of view of its medicinal application, we know very well the wound healing activity, but it's mostly approved as a medical device for external use. In traditional medicine, the State Food and Drug Administration released on the People's Republic of China Pharmacopoeia in the edition of 2015, an announcement in which 5 kinds of bee products as Chinese herbal medicines are included. Among them, it's honey, propolis, beeswax, which are also in these monographs. Well, we know honey has a lot of beneficial effects. It's the first natural sweetener ever discovered and is currently used as a nutritious food, supplement, and medicinal agent. So from nutritional point of view, it comes with vitamins, minerals, sugars, proteins, also phenols. It has also protective effects given by the antioxidants, phenolic acids and polyphenols, the terpenes, alcohols, and flavonoids. The terpenes comes mostly from the wax in which honey is stored. And then the therapeutic aspects which are related to the compounds like phenolic acids, hydrogen peroxide, organic acids, essential oils, and 1,2 decarbonyl compounds. Well, the quality of honey is regulated by some standards. Among them, the oldest one, which only have been revised the latest in 2001, is the Codex Standard, which is also issued by the Commission of Codex Alimentarius in Food and Agriculture Organization. Then it is the directive of the European Commission in 2001, 110, which has been modified by the EC 2014-63, which is related to pollen as a component of honey, an ingredient in honey. It is important to note that we have to have in view the geobotanical origin of the product in order to have also a good traceability of the product. Well, the legislation of honey as food, as I have already said, there are some parameters that vary, are mainly the moisture content, the HMF content, diastase activity, electrical conductivity, sugars, and the microscopical analysis. But the necessity to adopt national rules is imposed mainly by the absence of provisions regarding the characteristics of monofloral honey, the declaration of the geographical origin, as I mentioned, the natural deviation of different types of honey, and the quality rating of the domestic honey. To address the problem, there is an international legislation, so minimum requirements for honey quality must be mandatory for all countries that produce, import, export honey. Here is just a little table to show what are the differences between the Codex and the Directive 110 on 2001 given by the European Union. This is especially for blossom honey and also the data for the honeydew honey. There are only very, very small differences between the two types of standards. But we speak about honey, we speak about the main physical chemical parameters, but we have to have in view that producing honey, we are facing some potential hazards. So we have to face first biological hazards, which are given especially by the presence of excessive yeast, and among the yeasts which produce fermentation and depreciate honey quality, but then the bacteria, among which the most blamed one is the Clostridium botulinum, which is supposed to produce infant botulism in children. Then it's a chemical hazard, which is given by both the practice of the beekeeper, but also some natural enemies, which are the toxic plants, which can bring about some compounds which are not good for our health. And then, of course, there are the physical risks and hazards, which are given by the unclean procedures of the beekeeping, like dust, dirt, to keep insect debris, wax particles, wood, glass, metal, and so on. So all this can be applied using an ACCCP system for the farming activities in the apiaries, but the relevant hazards consist in the presence of chemical residues in honey, and which is very difficult now is to see that the last update, it's also the neonicotinoids, the last generation of pesticides which are present and have been identified in honey. In respect of the microbiological hazards, we, as I have mentioned, have Clostridium botulinum, which only occurs during the harvesting of supers. So it's again the beekeeper who has to pay attention to this practice that he is applying. Speaking about the toxic honey, we have now a new regulations that have been given by the European Commission that is in act since from this month in September. It's pyrrolizidine alkaloids, which are found in different types of honey, which are not toxic for the honeybees, but unfortunately for people consuming such types of honey may be really dangerous. It's like the med honey, known from Rhododendron ponticum, especially on the Black Sea shore of the Black Sea in Turkey. And the gryanotoxins are those involved in this toxicity. Although the people in the area are using this med honey as remedy for various conditions like stomach pains, bowel disorders, hypertension, and erectile dysfunction. There are also some plants like henbane, which contains tropanoalkaloids, and also Datura stramonium, which is Datura, that both have been frequently employed in traditional medicine to treat a variety of ailments, especially it has hallucinogen properties. Another point is that many people are now very tempted to eat Manuka honey. We have to be very careful with Manuka because Manuka could be contaminated with terpene. Terpene is, and I think Bridget knows very well that it's the neighbors in New Zealand. It's produced by the plant Coriaria arborea or Coriaria sarmentosa. And now they have established the maximum level for terpene in honey and honeycomb to 0.7 milligram per kilogram. It is important because before it was in 2010, 2 milligram per kilogram of honey and 0.1 milligram per kilogram for comb honey. 1 teaspoon, approximately 10 milliliters of toxic honey can have a severe effect on the human nervous system. And it has been proven that out of 50 analyzed honey samples, 32% were positive for the content of at least one pyrrolizidine alkaloid. Well, another thing that we have to have in view when we used to have honey as food and also as a medicine, it's a fraud, because people is tempted to make a fraud intentionally or unintentionally. Unintentionally, say the beekeeper have to care for his bees, and he is giving them syrups in the conditions that there is a shortage of honey or nectar flow. And under the circumstances, he is tempting to feed the bees with different products like malt syrups, high fructose corn syrup, molasses fructose, and so on. And for the Manuka, as I told you, it is always diluted with some other honeys, because not everything that we eat is really real Manuka. So honey fraud is an important thing, and we will see how it can affect our body. We see, okay, we go in the supermarket and we see on the shelves the honey. We have a nutrition fact label, but unfortunately, people are not enough educated to exactly know the concept of food and nutrition. So it's not enough public awareness about this, and they are mostly tempted by the price, availability, and the flavors, the sensory properties of the product, because we know there are so many fake honeys on our shelves. Here are some differences between authentic honey and adulterated honey, or let's say not enough mature honey. There are pure honey, and mature honey has more than 300 recognized types of compounds. As Stefan has mentioned before, there are so many active compounds. Of course, pure and mature honey has a higher nutritional value, which is not happening with the immature honey, for instance, that has been collected before the capping of the combs. Pure honey contains flavonoids, polyphenols, reducing compounds, alkaloids, glycosides, anthraquinone, and volatile compounds, which are actually not found in honeys that are ultra-processed, like just filtered through ion exchange resins or the ultrafiltration procedures which are applied in the United States especially, and then you have no more traceability for that honey, so we do not know where it comes from, and there is no more pollen in it. Well, we have pure honey that comes from nectar and honeydew, and on the other side, we have honey that has been adulterated with sugar syrup, like brown rice syrup, etc. And here we see what is happening if our body gets these sugars. First of all, we can have, for sure, many heart diseases like coronary atherosclerosis, liver diseases, especially fat liver disease without alcohol like steatosis, and the very low density lipoproteins that are produced. Then at the level of the pancreas, the beta cells are in dysfunction, and we have an insulin resistance leading to type 2 diabetes mellitus. And at the level of the muscles, of course, we have the same insulin resistance and the mitochondrial dysfunction, so the energetic activity at the level of our cells. You can see here, this can bring to obesity. This is a normal and happily sport person. We have mentioned the brown rice syrup, which has a very dark color similar to some types of honey, but here is a risk, especially has been identified in the syrups in China that contains arsenic, poisonous to humans and can lead to numerous fatal diseases. As you can see in the lower picture, there is this disease of spots that appear, and it is killed that this arsenic is called the slow and silent killer. Actually, some aspects of arsenic poisoning can appear in a long time after 5 years of exposure. From the medicinal points of view, let's say a first point, honey is mentioned in pharmacopoeias, as I have mentioned, and it is mentioned in the Japanese pharmacopoeia, the US pharmacopoeia, the last edition, we are working on the monographs, and the Chinese pharmacopoeia, as I already mentioned. You can see here just how it looks, the monograph in Japan pharmacopoeia for crude drugs. Honey is called mel. You can see here where you can find these documents, and also the US pharmacopoeia for the purified honey. We are speaking again about purified honey, which is not very typical for us epitherapists. The medical grade honey, what do you understand by medical grade honey? To be a medical grade honey, it has to fulfill some criteria like being organic and free of contaminants, as I have already mentioned. It should be sterilized in a way or other. We will see there are several methods of sterilizing, but the best one until now, which are not destroying the main properties of honey, it's the gamma sterilizations. Honey should be safely implemented in medical therapies, follow strict production and storage standards, and the legal and safety regulations. It should also comply to the physical chemical criteria that are important for the use of honey as a wound care product. Here is the standard for honey. So we have from the farm, we have to have a honey which is free of contaminants. The honey extraction and handling must minimize the debris. The beekeeper should be trained in order to guarantee organic honey, so to respect the procedures. The bee management should assure the well-being of the bees, so we must not stress them or submit them to any other hazards. Then we have the supplier contract, which can guarantee our quality regulations. This is done by external inspections, but the final word is given by selecting the honey, test the internal set criteria about the external laboratory, which is not involved in this activity, but a completely other laboratory, and this can guarantee the honey quality. In respect of the production standards, we should take care of filtering the honey to remove the debris, to make gamma irradiation to kill the endospores that are producing the toxins, to have production and storage standards that can guarantee the safety and product, to have, again, the supplier contract that guarantees the quality regulations. This is also done by external inspections. And then to have the laboratory testing, the confirmation of quality, and the release for clinical use. As the gamma irradiation, it is important, especially to kill the bacterial endospores of Clostridium botulinum or Clostridium tetani, or other unwanted microorganisms that could be eliminated to remove the risk of botulism and other morbidities. To disclose safe use and consumption, gamma irradiation is a standard procedure for sterilizing all medical devices and food products, as mentioned in 2018. While different methods of sterilization can be applied to kill bacteria effectively, almost all of these procedures also inactivate the enzymes and the components that grant honey its antimicrobial and pro-healing activity. As Stefan mentioned, enzymes are very important for our body and for honey as well. The specific regulation that this sterilization is done is with ISO 11137. There is also a proposal of patented methods of ozone treatment, but unfortunately, this cannot eliminate the number of colony-forming units. It cannot reach to 100 colony-forming units per gram or less after ozone treatment, which is not good for our intention of using it for medical purposes. So in a paper that we have published in 2019, together with a team from Messitran from Holland, some strict biological criteria for bacteria at a maximum limit of 10 colony-forming unit per gram of honey, and the maximum limit of fungi and molds also to 10 colony-forming units per gram of honey. It's a proposal. Other proposed criteria for medical grade honey could, as proposed by Bucherova and her team in Slovakia, is to range a particular current honey standard on adulterated and processed honey, but we have to know something about its biological activity. We speak about honey in general, but there are specific honey which have very strong antibacterial activity, that is activity which is mediated via multiple mechanisms of action, such as osmotic pressure, as we know, low pH value, and high water activity, which produce a disruption of bacterial cell membranes due to the presence of antibacterial peptides like defensin 1. So it is proposed that B-defensin 1 could be a criteria, a parameter to be determined if we want to have honey with medicinal activity, again, gram-positive bacteria. Also, defensin 1 has an antibiofilm activity against established multi-species and exhibits wound healing properties. We know, we have mentioned the antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral of honey with the main compounds that are responsible. I won't enter the detail on the methyl glyoxal, which is found in Manuka honey, but unfortunately, the methyl glyoxal in Manuka honey seems to be ineffective against Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which is also a multi-resistant microbe which causes different diseases, very difficult. Therefore, we should think about an antibacterial potential of honey that could be a suitable new additional international quality standard. Here is just the new way of speaking about the unique Manuka factor and the MGO concentration in the product. There are in the world specific and special honeys that can be used, and here is what we speak about their importance as medicinal activity, even if we speak of traditional or local medical practices. So, as you can see from Australia, crossing to Brazil and Caribbean area up to Malaysia, we have a very special type of honey, which is the tualang honey, and also the melipona honey, which has a very specific sugar. We are going to speak a bit about it, the trehalulose that had been identified is an isomer or glucose of saccharose, which has a very low glycemic index. Then we have also the African honey, which has its specificity, and also the meliponini honey in South America. There are also some important honeys like Manuka, in which the activity is given by the arabinogalactan proteins, which are the active compounds. And it seems to be particularly effective at increasing the amount of tumor necrosis factor alpha, an immune factor involved in the healing process. Manuka honey is made by the bees that have collected nectar from another New Zealand native, the Manuka Kunzea ericoides tree, as you can see in the picture. Tualang honey is a multiple floral jungle honey produced by the giant bee, not the Apis mellifera, but Apis dorsata in the rainforests. Apis dorsata builds hives on branches of tall tualang trees, Cumpassia excelsa, as you can see in the image, which is located mainly in the northwestern region of peninsular Malaysia. Tualang honey has antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-mutagenic, anti-tumor, and anti-diabetic properties, in addition to wound healing attributes. It is important to note that this honey shows protective effects in learning and memory, including enhanced morphology of memory-related brain areas, increased levels of brain-derived neurotropic factor, reduced brain oxidative stress, increased acetylcholine concentration, and reduced the activity of acetylcholinesterase in brain homogenase. This was a study that was carried out in 2009 and recently, 7 years ago in 2015. Some of these tualang honey are similar to Manuka, but the differences include higher phenolics and flavonoids contains, and also the HMF presence in the tualang. This is due to the temperature. Also compared to Manuka, is more effective against some gram-negative bacterial strains in burn wounds, especially. The stingless bee's honey, it's also a very important. Unfortunately, this is not regulated, and some standards of quality for these types of very precious honeys, of course, they are not called honey because they are not honeybees. But we are working on including these honeys into the general standards. So we have the melipona honey, which are known for preventing or stopping the microbial fungal growth due to the botanical chemicals that the bees are collecting. These substances mixed with honey and wax offer an important medicinal value to the product. People in this area are using the honey for upper respiratory tract infections, for skin conditions, for problems at the level of the gastrointestinal tract, and even to treat diabetes and cancer. And of course, more studies are necessary to define all these properties. It is also important that it is used since many times for the people in the Caribbean or Mexico or Guatemala is a panacea for wound healing. It is applied topically and treats burns, ulcer, and non-healing wounds. Also has an important antimicrobial activity that have been proved in scientific studies against Escherichia coli, Staphylococcus aureus, Streptococcus pyogenes, and also to combat antibiotic-resistant, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus. You can see here that the local people in Mexico, for instance, are breeding these kinds of bees to produce these types of honey, which is very important for its antioxidant, antimicrobial, and anti-inflammatory and moisturizing properties. It's also known that Melipona honey inhibits the growth of harmful oral bacteria that can cause tooth decay. I'll go a little bit further. I'm speaking about also meliponine that contains trehalurose, a major compound representing between 13 to 44 grams per 100 grams of each of these honeys. As I told you, these are some standards proposed in the paper written by Dr. Patricia Witt from Venezuela, together some colleagues from Mexico and Guatemala. And these are the main medicinal uses of the honey in various regions of North and South America and Mexico. As you can see, mostly cataract and pterygium treatment, stomach aches and bruises are important for nanotrigona, for instance. So there have been done many clinical studies, but what we really have as a clinical study is in the level of dry eyes, contact lens using Manuka honey, to chronic rhinosinusitis, cough in children and lung cancer, esophagitis, gastroenteritis, herpes simplex, or antiviral using Manuka, inflammatory markers for cervicitis, vaginitis, and hormonal disorders, radiation-induced mycositis in head and neck cancer patients, diabetic foot ulcers, radiation-induced diarrhea, and skin grafts. And we have also skin wounds, burns, and cosmetics. These are some of the honey products, especially medical devices, that are used for clinical applications. Instead of conclusion, I will mention, as Hippocrates said, let the food be thy medicine and thy medicine be thy food whenever possible. So we have to be very careful on the quality of honey that we eat and that we use as medical device. These are some references, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Plavšič, for an interesting lecture. Now, let me allow to introduce our colleague, Assistant Professor Anna Górecka, representing Community Pharmacy Department of the Medical University of Silesia in Katowice.
Just sorry to interrupt you. My name is Cristina Matescu. I am the president of Apimondia Commission of Apiterapii. So I was wrong not introducing myself. So sorry.
I'm sorry. My mistake.
Thank you. No matter.
Won't happen again.
No. Thank you.
Professor Górecka. Please be so kind and start your lecture.
Thank you again, Dr. Cristina, for your wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to present my last study, antioxidant activity of propolis from a different geographical location. I would like to indicate impact on biological activity and dosages of propolis as a potential component of medicines. This study was carried in cooperation Medical University of Silesia in Katowice and 3 different centers, scientific centers, Bilecik Say Edebali University from Turkey, University of Agriculture Sciences and Veterinary Medicine from Romania, and Karadenis Technical University from Turkey. Like start my presentation from classification of propolis. The classification of propolis is based on geographical location, color, agricultural characteristic. We know that plant sources influence on the composition of propolis. Sorry. So we can distinguish three major types of propolis: temperate region propolis, tropical region propolis, and Pacific region propolis. Each of them is characterized by specified compounds. So first type propolis contains flavonoids without bearing substituents, such as galangin, chrysin, pinocembrin, and pinobanxin. And it contains also caffeic acid phenyl ester. I mentioned about this compound because it possesses a high biological activity. The next type of propolis, called tropical region propolis, is rich in prenulated phenylpropanoids and diterpenes. And last, Pacific region propolis contains geranyl flavonoids. The aim of our study was to evaluate antioxidant propolis of different types of propolis from various geographical locations. And now on this picture, you can see some samples of raw propolis and in our laboratory prepared ethanol extract of propolis. We obtained 8 samples of propolis, one from Poland, one from Turkey, from Anatolian region, one comes from Uruguay, and 5 samples of propolis come from Romania, 2 samples from Sibiu province, one from Salai, and the 2 samples from Cluj. We estimated antioxidant activity using 2 methods. First method with diphenyl picrylhydrazyl radical scavenging activity, and the second with use azinobis ethyl benzothiazolinosulfonic acid. And we tried to estimate the correlation between active compound chemical composition and measurement antioxidant activity. So we measured spectrophotometrically total phenolic content by method Foligno-Salto, and we express total content of polyphenols as gallic acid equivalent. We also assayed the flavonoid content of each sample of propolis by method Wojski and Salatino, and we express total flavonoids as quercetin equivalent. Moreover, we identify 13 compounds by high-performance liquid chromatography analysis. Now I would like to present obtained result. On the chart, you can see a percentage of remaining DPPH radical at the different propolis samples. And we know that the lowest amount of percentage DPPH remaining indicates the highest antioxidant activity. I would like to add that we compare antioxidant activity of different samples of propolis with 2 known antioxidants like butylohydroxytoluene and ascorbic acid. And we can observe that all samples of propolis exhibited a high antioxidant activity, but the highest had a sample of propolis from Turkey. On the next slide and on the chart, you can see our result obtained during the second method with using stable cation radical, ABTS. And we can see the percentage of inhibition of this radical, and greater inhibition of ABTC radical indicate the highest antioxidant activity. And this assay, the best antioxidant activity, had samples of propolis from Poland, but also samples from Romania, especially from province Sibiu, exhibit a high antioxidant activity, and also a sample from Anatolian region from Turkey exhibited high activity to scavenging radical in this assay. Moreover, we calculated antioxidant activity on Trolox equivalent antioxidant capacity, and we use a calibration curve for Trolox as water-soluble analog of vitamin E. On the next slide, you can see our identifying compounds in different samples of propolis. We identify gallic acid, caffeic acid, paracumaric acid, ferulic acid, luteolin, quercetin, transinamic acid, apigenin, hesperidin, rhamnetin, hrizin, pinocembrin, and caffeic acid phenetyl ester. I would like to underline that all samples of propolis contain caffeic acid phenetyl ester. On the next table, you can see the result of total phenolic content and flavonoids content in obtained propolis extract expressed as milligram per gram dry extract. And we can observe that propolis from Turkey contain the highest total amount of flavonoids, but this sample from Anatolian region was rich in phenolic content, but the highest total phenolic content contains sample from Romania, from province 2, from Sibiu. In order to estimate correlation between chemical composition of propolis from different geographical location and antioxidant activity, we used two model of statistical interpretation, principal component analysis and hierarchical clustering analysis. On the chart, you can see hierarchical clustering analysis, dendrogram, obtained by analysis of bioactive compounds identifying in tested propolis samples. When we look on the chart, we can see 4 clusters. The first indicate that the result of 2 different methods of measurement antioxidant activity were similar. The next cluster indicate that total content of polyphenols was correlated with the highest amount of transinamic acid in each sample of propolis. Third cluster present that the presence of caffeic acid and ferulic acid, especially when these compounds are together, influence on antioxidant activity of propolis. And the last cluster indicated that the content of caffeic acid, phenylethyl ester, and total amount of flavonoids influence on antioxidant activity. The next dendrogram, obtained by analysis of propolis of different region, indicate that samples from Poland was similar to those from Romania, and then a sample from Turkey and from Uruguay are completely different. Next analysis, next model, principal clustering analysis was based on analysis of detective bioactive compound from different propolis samples. Distinguished four groups, selected 4 groups, indicate that in first group we can observe that propolis from Turkey contains the highest amount caffeic acid, phenylethyl ester, and trans-cinnamic acid. The second selected group indicated that the result of ABTS method is connected with the content of polyphenols, especially caffeic acid, ferulic acid. Next, third group indicated that propolis from Uruguay is completely different from other. And the last indicate that propolis from Poland is similar to propolis from Romania. So this model gave us the same result of hierarchical clustering analysis. And the next principal clustering analysis, based on analysis of different propolis samples, analyzed the total amount of detective bioactive compound, showed that the result of method with DPPH and ABTS are correlated with the amount of caffeic acid, gallic acid, trans-cinnamic acid, and total content of flavonoids in samples. The next selected group showed that propolis from Poland is similar to propolis from Romania, and the last group indicated that propolis from Uruguay is totally different from other, and also propolis from Turkey. So now I can draw some conclusion. The diversity in propolis composition depends on geographical collection region and the plant sources. The correlation between chemical composition and antioxidant activity of different propolis samples has been confirmed in our study. The antioxidant assays, including 2 methods with ABTS, stable cation radical and stable radical DPPH, confirmed that propolis rich in compounds with strong antioxidant activity exhibit the highest antioxidant properties. The result of our study has been published in journal Plants this year. Based on our study, we can draw some remarks. Polyphenol present in propolis and the relationship between their chemical structure and antioxidant activity indicate influence on medical properties of propolis. A wide spectrum of biological activity of polyphenols in order to the human body results their antioxidant activity. We should standardize antioxidant activity of measurement to compare different propolis samples to evaluate the effective dosage of propolis for medical purpose. We know that antioxidant activity of propolis influence on their biological activity. Each method of assay antioxidant activity brings advantages and disadvantages. And the last, my remark is the evaluation of each method depends on the content of hydrophilic and lipophilic antioxidant. For example, assays with DPPH is good for lipophilic antioxidant, and the method with ABTS can be used to hydrophilic and lipophilic antioxidants. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Anna Kurek-Górecka. For your interesting, useful lecture based on innovative with significant utilitarian potential results requiring significant research results, requiring significant commitment and analytical skills lecture. Now I would like to invite distinguished guests, participants, for a break that will last until 2 p.m. of Warsaw time. Thank you very much for your attention. Distinguished speakers, honorable guests, and dear participants, welcoming after the break, I wish to invite to listen to a lecture by Dr. Merve Keskin, representing Vocational School of Health Services, Bilecik SEI at the Bali University, entitled Bee Products in Nanotechnology, Future and Perspectives.
Hello, everybody. Firstly, I would like to thank to Anna and her team for this great event. I am very excited, and I would like to say I am not good at speaking in English, so I hope you can understand me. I am Merve Keskin from Turkey. I had my PhD degree in 2018, and I am working at Bilecik Şehir Bali University, Bilecik now as an assistant professor. I am working on bee products. My PhD thesis is about encapsulation of propolis and standardization of propolis extracts. Since that time, I am working about bee products, and I am trying to develop new bee product based products for the medicinal applications. In my new area, I would like to get together nanotechnology and bee products. Nanotechnology is a kind of technology that allows us studies such as processing, measurements, design, modeling, and editing performant materials on 1 to 100 nanometer size. It's a rapidly developing field, and it's very popular nowadays. And there are many studies about nanotechnology because we can use the nanotechnology in many areas such as physics, electronics, communication, energy production, textile, medicine, food, or health applications. And especially antimicrobial activities of these products is very important. We can find the commercial products such as anti-starch car paints or sunscreens or other products that contains nanoparticles. We can synthesize the nanoparticles in two ways generally. One of them is metallic nanoparticles, and the other one is the carbon-based nanoparticles. If you are working material science, you can use the carbon-based or metallic nanoparticles together. But if you work on the health areas, especially drug development or medicine developments, you should use the metallic nanoparticles. You can synthesize the metallic nanoparticles by using the metal ions such as silver, gold, copper, etc. They are biocompatible ions, and the toxicity of the nanoparticles is lesser than other metal ions. When we want to synthesize the nanoparticles, metallic nanoparticles, we can use the two ways. One of them is top to down, the other one is the down to top. The first one contains the bulk material, and by the using chemical techniques or physical techniques, you can obtain the smaller sizes particles. And the other one, you can use the smaller particles to obtain nanoparticles. Physical and chemical methods could be used the synthesis of nanoparticles, as I said before, but they had disadvantages. They are not eco-friendly. They are not suitable for biological applications. They are cost effective. They are very, very, very cost effective. And the most important one, they are not biocompatible. So this toxic, we have to use the toxic chemicals or stabilizing agents in this synthesis process. So this is a big problem for the us, and we choose a new way. We have to find a new way, and the biological synthesis, as called green synthesis, is a new technique, and it's eco-friendly. We can use the different biological sources and low cost, non-toxic. The nanoparticles are non-toxic, so I choose this way, biological synthesis of metallic nanoparticles. As you see the slides, you can use the fungi, algae, bacteria, or plants for the green synthesis. The main purpose to use the plants in green synthesis, we need a precursor to, for example, I will talk about silver nanoparticles. Silver plus, to reduce the silver plus to silver zero, we need two precursors, electron precursors, and the plants, especially plants, in fact, especially medicinal important medicinal aromatic plants, had many phenolic compounds, many proteins or many enzymes inside, so we can use them as a precursor to synthesize the silver nanoparticles. I thought about to be products. How can we synthesize B products based nanoparticles? And then firstly, I have to say about the characterization, and then okay. I thought about to be products, and as we know, they had many bioactive compounds in their cell, and we can use their phenolics, flavonoids, proteins, enzymes, or other molecules as a precursor to synthesize the silver nanoparticles. For the synthesis, if we extract the B products well extracted, if we have a good extracted B products or high antioxidant properties of bee products such as propolis, the synthesis of the silver nanoparticles is getting easier. But if we use the bee wax, for example, it has lesser antioxidants or other biomolecules. So we need the time to synthesize by nanoparticles in green synthesis. We can synthesize, but we have to characterize the silver nanoparticles. When I search on literature for the characterization of nanoparticles, I have noticed that if you use the nanoparticles for biological applications, you have to use UV spectrophotometry for the determination of color changing. You have to use FTR for changing of functional groups, and you have to use SEM for the determination of size of nanoparticles. If you are working on nano material science, you have to use more than these techniques, like XRD or zeta potential or TMI. It's this characterization sections up to you. If you want to use your nanoparticles as a health condition, you only use these first three one, UV visible, FTR, and SEM. And if you want to use it, for example, as biosensor designing, you have to characterize the nanoparticles more detailed. Bioactivity of nanoparticles, when I check the literature and I perform them in my laboratory, I have noticed that the nanoparticles had antioxidant activity, antimicrobial activity, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, wood dressing, caning, etc. Why I would like to get them together, bee products and nanotechnology? In apiterapii applications, there are many products such as creams, brushing, tooth brushing products, etc. We should use them directly, and the controlling or targeting effects of them not clear. So we have the for the apiterapii applications, especially in cancer or other important illness, we have to control drug targeting, targeting, or we have to know when, how, or which concentration should be effect on the, for example, cancer. So they get, if I get them together, I can maybe find new ways to control drug delivery or targeting of the important biomolecules to cells, for example, cancer cells. Firstly, I started to bee pollen-based nanoparticles. I synthesized the bee pollen-based silver nanoparticles. For this purpose, firstly, I have to extract the bee pollen. I have extracted it, and then I'm in at room temperature, laboratory conditions. I have mixed it with silver nitrate solution, and then I wait for the synthesis. I have stirred them, the two solution. I have noticed that there is a color changes, yellow to dark brown, and I decided that the synthesis has been completed. And then I have characterized the nanoparticles. As I say before, if you want to use them in health conditions applications, the first UV spectrum, FTR and SEM, you have to perform them. And I have found then that our bee pollen-based silver nanoparticles had 34.8 nanometer at maximum absorbance. And at the FTR spectrums, we have decided that there are differences between bee pollen and bee pollen-based silver nanoparticles in functional groups. And then we have found the size of nanoparticles, and in average 40, and the size change 14 and between 14 and 16 nanometer. And then after characterization, I had performed the anti-diabetic potential of silver nanoparticles. For this purpose, first I have determined the total phenolic content, and then I am working on also enzyme inhibition, different enzymes, medically important enzyme inhibition properties. I am working on them, and in this study, anti-diabetic potential I have determined, and I have decided that the bee pollen-based silver nanoparticles had a potential for diabetes mellitus. And then I would like to perform the propolis-based silver nanoparticles. For this purpose, I used the same procedure, and this is one propolis extract. I have used the glycol for extraction, and then I mixed the glycolic propolis extract with the silver neutral solution. In second photo, as you see, the color changed to dark brown. After a few minutes later, the color nearly goes to black. But in literature, it's reported that the yellow to dark brown is enough for the synthesis time. We have decided the UV spectrum, footer, FTI, and SEM. After that, I performed the anti-diabetic potential again, and it has I have determined that propolis-based nanoparticles also has potential for diabetes mellitus. When we search on the literature, I noticed that there are many studies about the product-based nanoparticles, but they need future studies. They synthesized the nanoparticle and performed the analysis, and then there is nothing. If we want to discover new drugs or medicines or products for the apiterapii applications, we should work on this topic, and we should perform more studies about bee product-based nanoparticles, because the standardization of extracts is a problem for us. But in general, we can base the total phenolic content and go this way. We can go this way. We can base this parameter for the synthesis, but we have to detect which one the precursor, which one used in synthesis of nanoparticles. So we should study on this topic, and we are open for collaborations. Honey-based, chestnut honey-based is a dark color honey, and the antioxidant capacity and the total phenolic content of it's higher than the other flower-based, monofloral-based honeys. We performed a study on chestnut honey nanoparticles with Anna, and we have found that chestnut honey a good precursor, and we perform it different temperatures, and we have really smaller nanoparticles. And if we have time, or if we could work on again and again, maybe we could perform the animal studies for the important illness. And thank you very much for listening to me. I hope in next conference my speaking is getting better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Keskin. I think not only me, but also my colleagues, that your language is quite good enough. But thanking Dr. Merve Keskin, I would like to invite for the lecture by Dr. Andressa Beretta, Head of R&D at Apiterapii company from Brazil, lecture entitled Development, Characterization and Bioactivity of Propolis, EPP, AF microcapsules.
Hello, my name is Andressa Beretta, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you very much, Dr. Anna, for this great opportunity. I will now share my screen in order to start my presentation that was entitled as Development, Characterization and Bioactivity of Propolis EPPAF Microcapsules. I am a biochemical pharmacist with my master, doctor and postdoctoral degree done in Pharmaceutical Sciences Faculty of Ribeirão Preto at the University of São Paulo. I am now a R&D head of innovation at Apiterapii, and I am working here during the last 22 years. I am currently president of ABMEL, that is an association of companies and exporters of bee products from Brazil. I am a member of ABNT, where we have a commission to work on bee products standardization. And since 2019, I am convener of Working Group 2 of Propolis at ISO, where we are creating Propolis Standard, the first international Propolis Standard, and Propolis Extract International Standard. Apiterapii is a company situated at Ribeirão Preto, São Paulo State, Brazil. It's a company that completed this year 40 years old, possesses more than 15 certifications, and is present in more than 40 countries. Apiterapii now is a member of Lenin Group, a French company that works with natural products. Was the first company that started working with propolis and propolis extract in Brazil in 1982. Apiterapii are doing research with several partners during more than 20 years. We are working, we have partners in Brazil as University of São Paulo, Unicamp, Fiocruz, Unesp, and some others. And also we have partners internationally. We are working with Bragança Polytechnical Institute and 2 other universities of Japan. Here is my R&D team. We have here 2 analysts of pharmaceutical technology formulations, 2 members that are working with methods, development and validation of analytical methodologies, stability assays, and also regulatory affairs. The work that I am introducing to you today was done by this group of co-authors. And this specifically work were in partnership with University of São Paulo, Bragança Polytechnical Institute, Uniara, and Unesp. We proposed in this project to work with organic food. Organic food is now a tendency because the people are more concerned about their health and are looking for products without any kind of contamination, as pesticides, antibiotics, pollutants, and others. People are more concerned about consuming health products. And because of it, in this project, we are using propolis and the excipient with organic certification. Each country or each block of countries possesses your own regulation about what it's possible and what not to use in the management of organic crops. So the aim is to have the minimal chemical constituent or treatment is absent of pollutants and other heavy metals, antibiotics and pesticides and others. Not only with organic purpose is this project, but also with the concept of functional food. Functional foods are the foods that possess some constituents or some technology in order to have some actives present or some actives concentrated, or with some technology in order to have, for some kinds of foods or food extracts, some biological properties. Each country also possesses their own regulation about it, and the concepts of safety and efficacy are necessary. So the purpose of this work was to have propolis organic in microcapsules in order to try to avoid to use alcoholic extract, because several consumers don't like to use alcohol or they can't because some restrictions as age or other medicines that can interact because of the taste or strong smell. And so because of it, the technology of microencapsulation can offer the extract in the powder form with some advantages, as the protection against degradation, can mask smell, taste, and color, can offer stability, and we are proposing also an increase of absorption that are under evaluation now. The propolis that we are using, the propolis standardized EPPAF. Brazil is a great country, very large one, with 5 biomes. And because bees visit plants to collect materials in order to produce propolis, it's naturally that in a country as ours, we have important biological differences or chemical differences in different kind of propolis obtained. We are in this work, working with propolis from Apis mellifera, and here we have in Brazil the Apis mellifera that came from Europe, and also the Apis mellifera that came from Africa. And because of the formation of a polyhybrid, we have here Apis mellifera africanized. Africanized is not the scientific name, but was the denomination that was created by Professor Lionel to identify this kind of polyhybrid. When we have this polyhybrid, we have the characteristic of Africanized bees that is more defensive and more resistant to the disease, and because of it, we have the advantage of not using antibiotics in these bees because they are very resistant to the several kinds of disease. In Brazil, the most famous kind of propolis that we have are the green propolis, the red propolis, and the brown propolis. But the brown propolis from Brazil are not equivalent to the brown propolis that we have in Europe and in other countries because we don't have populus. Our kind of brown propolis is a mixture that involves several plants, including eucalyptus, but not the poplar type. And because of this important difference that we have here, our founders, some more than 20 years ago, proposed the standardization that came from a blend that is composed after receiving propolis from several parts of the country. We evaluated each batch in order to have the chemical fingerprint and other parameters evaluated. And we have the possibility to prepare a specific formulation for our propolis EPPAF. And we are aiming to have reproducibility, a chemical fingerprint reproducible, and with some biomarkers under specific ranges. We evaluated using HPLC and also syn-Lawyer chromatography, besides the classical methods that are total phenolics and total flavonoids. In this work, we used the concept of microencapsulation to produce it using spray dryer technology. We prepare first emulsion and after we will dry using spray dry, and we will perform chemical and physicochemical characterization under the point of view chemical, and also according to the characteristics of the microcapsules to check if we are obtaining this system. And also we will evaluate in vitro the safety and efficacy. So we have first the composition of blend of EPPAF, that is a mixture of raw material. We after prepare the alcoholic extraction using a specific process that involves maceration and percolation. And after we prepare an emulsion with Arabic gum and water. With this emulsion, we go to the spray dryer where we can perform it according to previous published by our group of research in 2015. And so we can have the microcapsules. We are using some technologies to characterize it. That here, infrared scan electronic microscopy, thermogravimetric analysis, HPLC procedure, spectrophotometric analysis. We are determining the microencapsulation efficiency, and we are evaluating in vitro the antioxidant antimicrobial action, the anti-tumor using some lines as stomach gastric adenocarcinoma cells, epithelial colorectal adenocarcinoma cells, wrist adenocarcinoma cells, and we are performing the cytotoxicity using porcine liver primary culture. The anti-inflammatory determination was by MEO production using a raw macrophage, and we are also evaluating the anti-hypercholesterolemic activity. The results obtained was we have the chemical fingerprint of the EPPAF extract according to previous published and according to our patent. After the procedure of microencapsulation, this chemical composition is preserved and we have the same chemical fingerprint and the same quantitative too. We evaluated the infrared and thermogravimetric analysis where we can see in the line A the free propolis extract with a specific fingerprint, and we have the Arabic gun in this red line. And after the encapsulation, we have here this line C, that is the fingerprint predominant of Arabic gum. And it is naturally expected because we have here the encapsulation happening. And so the most prevalent chemical characteristics are from Arabic gum in this kind of evaluation. And here we can see how is the degradation of with the increasing of the temperature. We have here in the line A, how propolis is the propolis behavior with the increase of the temperature. We can see that propolis is degrading with the improve of the temperature. And we have here the Arabic gum profile. And when we have the microencapsulation, we can see that we have another behavior that is a protection of the degradation. Here we can see this thermogravimetric analysis of both cases, again, the thermal analysis of organic Arabic gum and the microcapsules. This is both fingerprints of both cases. So it's possible to see that the fingerprint of the microcapsules is quite similar to what we see with the Arabic gum. Here we have the MEV image when we have the Arabic gum alone, showing how it is in several different sizes. And we have here the microcapsules that is formed after the process of encapsulation of propolis. When we have the microcapsules, we can see that we have this kind of dispersion presented in B. We can improve the solubility of propolis. In the case of A, we have here a propolis lyophilized that we are calling here as a propolis-free extract that is lyophilized and without any kind of other substance, so it's pure soluble in water. The advantage of the microencapsulation is to improve the solubility, and because of it, we are hypothesizing that we can also improve the bioavailability. We are performing permeation studies in cargo cells in order to check if it will be possible or not to be demonstrated. This is our hypothesis. And when we perform the microencapsulation quantification, we can see that we have a very rich percentage of microencapsulation, almost 94% of the propolis was microencapsulated. That is a very good result when we compare with the other process already published. Here we evaluated the delivery system. We used, in this case, France cells, and we quantified two compounds, parafumaric acid and ertaperin C. We selected these two compounds because one is more polar and the other one is apolar, more apolar. And because of it is a granulated one, ertaperin C possesses another kind of coefficient, partition coefficient, while parafumaric acid is more hydrosoluble. When we perform the delivery evaluation, it's possible to see that in the red line, we have the delivery profile of parafumaric acid in a different way when we compare with the microencapsulated one, clearly demonstrating that the percentage of the liberation of the percentage of the delivery of the encapsulated parafumaric acid is in higher quantities when we compare with the free extract. In the case of ertaperin C, it's possible to see that we have another kind of behavior. The delivery of ertaperin C is much more slow with the time. And when we have the microencapsulations, again, we have a higher percentage of delivery of ertaperin C encapsulated when we compare with the free propolis extract, demonstrating the benefit in this in vitro model of the delivery of these two compounds that can represent these two kinds of compounds in propolis EPPAF. It's possible to see that we have a delivery system because with the time, in this case of ertaperin C, for example, we can propose that in our body, we have this delivery system happening for some days. When we evaluated the antimicrobial activity, it's possible to see. Here we determined bactericidal minimal concentration. First, we have some tests in order to prepare the sample for this procedure. This procedure, in this case, we compared EPPAF-free and microcapsules, dissolving the samples in a hydroalcoholic solution. It means we dissolved both extracts very well in a hydroalcoholic solution. And when we performed in a gram-negative microorganism that we selected to do this test, we selected Escherichia coli and Staphylococcus aureus, that is a member of gram-positive microorganisms. In both cases, the bactericidal minimal concentration was equivalent in both cases because we previously determined that this hydroalcoholic solution, 40%, is able to break the microcapsules. We used this technology when we were quantifying the quantity of propolis microencapsulated. We have both very well dissolved in this medium. When we dispersed both cases directly in the Miller-Hinton medium, it's possible to see the advantage of the microcapsules, where we have the lower values for bactericidal minimal concentration. And it makes sense because here it was possible to see that when we dissolve both in hydroalcoholic solution, we broke these microcapsules, and so the behavior was equivalent. In this case, dissolving it directly in the medium, it's possible to see that a lower concentration is necessary to have better performance with the microcapsules showing an advantage of this system. In the case of antioxidant activity, the result was quite similar, and it was probably a limitation of this protocol, because in this case, it's necessary to dissolve the samples in the hydroalcoholic solution and in ultrasound for 30 minutes. And because of it, we are here having a small advantage of propolis-free, but is probably because propolis-free is much more soluble in hydroalcoholic solution, 70%, than the microcapsules. Because of it, probably this advantages is possible to see, but it's because these microcapsules is not good to be evaluated in this protocol, that is in vitro one. When we evaluated the anti-tumor activity of propolis against the three different kinds of tumors, we can see the benefit of the microcapsules. The lower concentration is obtained in this case, showing probably the advantages that we are proposing for this system in terms of absorption. It's possible that the better performance of the microcapsules is because we are having a better absorption by this kind of cells. Here we have the cytotoxicity in porcine cells. That's possible to see that we have a kind of cytotoxicity. In this case, we have here human cells of tumor, and in this case, porcine cells. And because of it, also, we need to perform additional tests in this kind of safety cells in order to check the safety in human cells too. When we evaluated the anti-inflammatory activity, determining the concentration, the inhibitory concentration 50%, we can see again an advantages of the microcapsules. Here we tested the hypocholesterolemic activity. We perform it in a kind of system like this, where we have an upper compartment and a lower compartment. And here we have a caco cells layer. We put here the cholesterol in the sample, and we collect in the lower compartment the cholesterol that passed through this caco2 layer. The results demonstrated that here in the upper, the value here of cholesterol in the upper compartment and here in the lower compartment. This is the control when we don't have the treatment. And here we have the EPPAF-free and the microcapsules. In both cases, in the case of the presence of propolis, in both cases, we can reduce the quantity of cholesterol that crossed the caco2 layer, demonstrating that propolis is able to exert this kind of hypocholesterolemic effect. And advantageously, the microcapsules demonstrated a better result. So we can conclude that we obtained the microcapsules successfully with a percentage of encapsulation of 94%. The behavior of the system is equivalent to the Arabic gum. We demonstrated the antimicrobial activity and also anti-tumor and anti-hypercholesterolemic effect, better in the case of EPPAF microcapsules when compared to propolis-free. Here I am showing to you a line of products that we introduced in the market in this year to celebrate the 40 years of the company. Is a kids line, and when we are using this kind of microcapsules in appropriate dosage for kids, using the benefit of masking the taste, color, and flavor. Here we have a celebration in 2019 of our R&D team with our founders and our CEO in order to demonstrate our scientific results of all of our fellows with all partners of our universities. And we received here almost 80 members, all professors and fellows that are working together with us. Was a very happy way to celebrate our 40 years of company. And also, in this very important newspaper in Brazil called Folha de São Paulo, we were highlighted here as a company that is working in partnership with universities, generating results, scientific results to demonstrate the benefits of propolis. Was a ranking where they classified by the number of publications all companies, not only companies of natural products, but all companies. And we figured here in the 23 position, better than some very other companies, some other big companies as Sanofi and Microsoft, for example. It was a great pleasure to see this publication done by FAPESP. FAPESP is an important founding for science in Brazil, and they did this study and demonstrated that Apis Flora is doing research in partnership with universities and publishing results to demonstrate the benefits of propolis and other bee products. So thank you very much. I hope you have enjoyed my presentation, and here is my contact if you need to talk with me or send any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Andresa Beretta, for presentation of innovatory results, especially in the field of pharmaceutical technology. I would like to ask Dr. Beretta to present, to supply additional scientific comments. Dr. Beretta.
Hello, I was trying to open my microphone, that was not being possible. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to be here with you today. This morning I watched it, but I was watching by the YouTube channel directly. And so now it's a pleasure to be here with you. I hope you have enjoyed the presentation. This data is not published yet. We are closing one protocol with Dr. Miguel Villas-Boas, and the next 2 weeks we are preparing to the manuscript for submission in a journal. So thank you very much. I hope if you have some questions, I can help you. I am here to do it. Thank you very much.
I think, thank you, Dr. Beretta. I think we can wait a while with the discussion to the round table. Thank you again. Now I would like to ask Professor Badia Lucy, head of the Laboratory of Natural Substances, Pharmacology, Environment Modeling, Health and Quality of Life, University Sidi Mohammed bin Abdallah, for a lecture.
Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to participate in this conference with a panel of experts. Thank you for the excellent program. I will share my
Adrat Badia.
Yes. Okay, let's.
I think.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So my talk is potential use of bee products as a multi-target therapeutic for pathologies. As in sacred books, we have honey as a remedy, and Ibn al-Qanun fi Tib gives a very good relationship between herbs and bee products, and the primary law of healing, let the food be the medicine, like Hippocrates said. Food as medicine, prevention is better than cure. But to have apiterapii products, you should have a quality insurance for this, as consistent chemical composition, standardized biological activity, absence of contaminating chemicals, absence of contaminated microbes, and traceability of the products. It is very important. If not, it is not a medical use of these products. But the problem of this, we have oxidative stress, a most significant factor in diseases like diabetes, inflammation, obesity, cardiovascular pathology. So the use of products for nutrition, health, and quality of life improvement, prevention and treatment of different pathologies. But you should have quality of the product, concentration, and dose depending of time. And have also synergy with B products like Stefan in the morning told us. Pathologies promote overproduction of free radicals, reactive oxidases, superoxide anion, which act as oxidants. These cause diabetes and also other pathologies. If the oxidants are more than the antioxidants, the body faces oxidative stress. And we have enzymatic like superoxide dismutation, catalase as antioxidant, but also non-enzymatic components like vitamin E, C, E, thiols, flavonoids, and other polyphenols. For honey, we have very rich in minerals, polyphenols like flavonoids, quercetin, lutein, galantine, phenocombrine, phenolic acid like acid gallic acid, syringic. And we have this antioxidant capacity with some Moroccan honey, like for salvia, nigella sativa, garum, thymus, euphorbia. So the main components identified in honey, we have ash, electrical conductivity with minerals. We have also carbohydrates like glucose, fructose, sucrose. We have vitamins, organic acids, and polyphenols, phenolic acid and flavonoid. So you should have this correlation between this in order to make biological activity, like Dr. Anna told us in the conference. It is very important to have this correlation with the PCR analysis and dendritic grams. So honey for practical use, you have massage therapy, ingestion, nebulizer, inhalation, intravenous, ophthalmic, and auricular eye drugs. But we should have the pharmacokinetic properties of this, because when we give by oral administration, we have the effect of hepatic passage, and you should make biodisponibility, volume of distribution, clearance of the product. So it will be very interesting to correlate these pharmacokinetic properties to the administration of the products. So honey ingestion, when we have 1.2 gram per kilo body weight dissolved in 250 milliliters of water during 2 weeks, it increases antioxidant agents like vitamin C concentration, beta-carotene, and glutation reductase. It's a protocol by our collaborator, Professor Nouri. Also, when we give honey to healthy subjects, we have a very good decrease in creatine and also in blood glucose. It has a doppler effect, like Stefan told us, increases nitric oxide, increases insulin in diabetes, increase HDL, decrease leptin body weight, increase antioxidants, and decrease prostaglandins, the mediator of inflammation. And our evidence-based apitherapy for all these publications give us a very good approach for scientific data of apitherapy. And when we give carob honey to lead-induced anemia, we have for 2 weeks, we have a very good effect. When we give honey with lead, we restore anemia and we restore hemoglobin concentration. Also, this antioxidant effect is correlated to antioxidant enzyme at the level of kidney and liver. So when we have honey with CCL4, we have a very good increase in catalase, GPX, and GSH as antioxidant enzyme, but we have a very good decrease in MDA as marker of lipid peroxidation. So some honey from Morocco, I will give a very good example of Zendaz. Zendaz is Bupleurum spinosum, and it in traditional use in mountain of Atlas. It is an anti-inflammatory, tonic, fever, hemorrhoid, and anti-diabetic agent, and also to treat cancer. So we have made a very good effect of this Zendas honey to make the chemometric parameters and also electronic tank in order to have the botanical source of this honey. And for this, we make pollen analysis and physicochemical characterization of Zendas honey samples, pollen analysis, and we found Pupilorum spinosum as Apiaceae, Cetisus, Populus. And for physicochemical characterization, we have pH, free acidity, lactonic acidity, total acidity, color, mineral weight, and water. For minerals, we have calcium, potassium, sodium, magnesium, iron, copper, manganese, and zinc. For sugar, we have fructose, glucose, and other sugar. And we make all the analysis in order to make the mean of these parameters. For pharmacological study, we make phenolic composition. It is very interesting to find that this honey, it's very rich in methylcyrangate, epicachecine, and cyrangic acid, and cachecine. And this methylcyrangate is a good marker of Manuka honey from New Zealand. So this honey have a very good source of methylcyrangate, and it should have a very good pharmacological activity. And when you look at anti-proliferative effect in THP1 or monocyte-like cell lines derived from an acute monocyte leukemia, and CACO cells derived from a colon carcinoma were obtained from the European Cell Culture Collection. We found a very good effect as concentration with honey, and we have a very good cell viability, very good decrease related to concentration of honey. And when we look at the contrast inverse microscope, we found a very good viability cells decrease. And cell-based antioxidant and anti-proliferative activity. Here we have proliferation of these cells in percentage of control and their exposure to increasing concentration of honey. And we have a very good decrease in viability. In B, we have EC50 of the anti-proliferative activity of 6 honey samples. And here we see that H1, also H6 and H4 are the very good samples. But when you look at the cellular antioxidant activity of this honey, we find a very good decrease of this, and we have a very good effect for H1, H3, and H4 parameters. So when you look at the principal component analysis using the phenolic composition and the biological activity of honey, here we found a very good effect because more than half of the component correlates negatively with this activity. And we have a group that includes cyrangic acid, topherol, methylcyrangate, catechin, and gallic acid, in addition to color and mineral weight. This cluster shows a positive correlation with the 3 variables like one EC50, and also we have MTTT, and we have also cellular antioxidant capacity. But also population with H1 was the best one with respect to this component, like methylcyrangate, gallic acid. With the opposite side in the graph, we have H5, which is rich in lutein, comaric acid, and epicachecine, but it is not, it has a low amount of methylcyrangate and gallic acids. So Zendas honey is a traditional local product that has interesting health promoting properties, such as antioxidant, anti-proliferative activities. This honey is characterized by a very high content in methylcyrangate, a polyphenol that has been previously found in a few other honey. The multivariable analysis of results showed a positive correlation of methylcyrangate and biological activities. The characterization of this honey as a health-promoting food due to its anti-proliferative and antioxidant activity should increase its commercial value, which would have a very positive economic impact on the rural communities of Morocco where it is produced. I give rapidly another example of this honey. It is published this year on Applied Sciences. It's the antibacterial activity of Zendas honey. using chemometric tools. And here we use Escherichia coli, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Staphylococcus aureus. And when you look at polyphenol composition of this honey, we find very rich concentration in methylserangate, epicachecine, serangate acid, and catechin. So this gives us a very good effect. When you look at the antibacterial effect, for Staphylococcus aureus, we have a very good effect for ZH3 and also for ZH7 and also for ZH9. But for the Pseudomonas aeruginosa is intermediary effect, and here we have the effect is good for ZH2 and also for ZH9. But for Escherichia coli, the effect is low, it's very moderated. And when you look at the heat map and dendrogram illustrating the correlation between physicochemical parameters and antimicrobial activity for Escherichia coli, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Staphylococcus aureus, when you look at the level of physicochemical parameters, we have a good correlation with melanocoid, with free acidity, total, and lactic acidity, but not with moisture. When you look at the level of carbohydrate, we have fructose and we have glucose, which correlates very interesting with the strain Escherichia coli, Staphylococcus, and other. And with minerals, we have a very good effect with magnesium, iron, calcium, but not with sodium and zinc. For polyphenols, we have very good effects for all the three strains with serangic acid, for monique, also with lutein and with apigenin. When you look at this cluster, we have a first group correlated positively, and it is not likely involved in autoactivity bacterial, because this is a positive correlation between parameters in the first group and MEC. This group includes glucose, millibiose, maltose, pH, sodium, and zinc. But the second group of variables which contribute to the antibacterial activity included melanoid, free and total acidity. We have fructose, we have methylserangate, and we have according to PCA, we have samples ZH4 and ZH5 and 7 and 6. Black square have the lowest anti-activity, but we have ZH1 and ZH2 and ZH3. White square have a very high activity due to this polyphenol-rich methylserangate and also acidity and melanoid. So this antibacterial activity has been investigated for the first time, and our data show that this honey, which is rich in methylserangate, has bactericidal properties against several bacterial strains that are resistant to antibiotics. Multivariable analysis indicates that with acidity, phenolic compounds, exhaust, and divalent minerals are the physicochemical characteristics that best correlated with antibacterial activity. These results, together with previous reports describing the antioxidant and antiproliferative activity of Zenda's honey, may translate into a revalorization of this honey as a functional food with health-promoting properties. This revalorization would have very positive repercussion in the local rural community from Morocco, which Zenda's honey is produced. Another aspect of the products, I give this example of Aro honey. Aro honey is Aro miel. You have mixture of essential oils with honey. And we make essential oils from oreganum. And when we look at this spectrum and chromatograph for essential oils, we found carvacrol, thymol, terpenine, and cyaniol. But for honey, we found serangic acid, vanillic, caffeic, ferulic, and benzoic acid. And the notion of Aro honey refers to synergistic mixture of honey with essential oils, as Stefan told us in the morning. It is very interesting to have this synergy. So this chemical composition of Thymus vulgaris honey and Oregano vulgar essential oils give us a very good effect concerning hepatotoxicity and liver toxicity induced by carbon tetrachloride induced toxicity. And when we mix Oregano vulgar essential oils with honey, we have a very good decrease, which is rich in antioxidants and prevent lipid peroxidation, and also lipid peroxidation independent pathway, which give a lower toxicity induced by CCL4. And when you look at this main effect, we have antioxidant activity of oregano vulgar essential oil, Thymus vulgaris honey. And for the first time, we have epicachecine galate in the honey and carbacoltimol terpenin in essential oils. And it gives us a very good combination and protect against liver and kidney toxicity. Now let's move for propolis. Propolis, it's a very interesting also byproduct, and it proves efficient for treatment of and prevention of cancer and leukemia, effects against free radicals, and also immunomodulatory effect. And when you look at antioxidant activity, like Professor Anna told us, we have many tests like ORAC, peroxide, NO, ABTS, DPPH FRAP, and we could choose this test to make this antioxidant capacity. And when you compare healthy foods with propolis, in order to block the aryl receptors by dioxin, we should have only EC50, only 2 micrograms per milliliter of propolis. But you should have very good concentration for carrot, for green pepper, for grape, like resveratrol. So propolis, it's a very promoting effect in detoxifying parameters. And here we have the effect of propolis. It's very big when we compare with antioxidant fruits, spices, and legumes. And this complexity of these aryl receptors at the level of ligantom, we have xenobiotics, dioxin, pesticide, but you have also dietary phytochemicals, flavonoids, which derive from byproducts, and antioxidant-rich fruits and legumes. And here we have the interaction, give us a very good effect with detoxification. But when you have a balance with xenobiotics and pro-oxidants, you have proliferation, cancer, and inflammation. So let's move to diabetes type 2, an example, because we have an increase of insulin resistance and also an increase in data with diabetes. Risk factors are obesity, improper diet and physical inactivity, increase in age, insulin resistance, family history of diabetes, and ethnicity. And if it's induced hypertension, diabetes, metabolic syndrome, cancer, cardiac alteration, lung disease, and dyslipidemia. So fast food are promoting for these diseases, and we have slow food, and our Mediterranean regime, it's very interesting to promote quality of life and to prevent these pathologies. So I will give an example of mixing propolis and pollen with diabetes type 2 to prevent dyslipidemia, hepatorenal dysfunction induced by the glucose. And when we give propolis and pollen in combination in rate after intake for 16 weeks for the glucose, and here we have in vitro identification of phenolic compounds by UHPL-CDAD, antioxidant contents, antioxidant capacity by DDPH and total activity, and biochemical analysis at the level of blood and urine, insulin resistance determination as HOMA and pancreatic beta cells function. So when we give the glucose at the graph 6, and we have graph 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's healthy, it's control. And when we give propolis alone, propolis and pollen alone, and when we give for the 11 group, we give propolis 100 milligram per kilo body weight and pollen 100 milligram per kilo body. And here we have the total phenolic compounds, flavonoids, total antioxidant activity, and DPPH of propolis and fresh bee pollen. And here we have propolis have a very good effect, total polyphenol and flavonoid, and also DPPH for EC50, it's very, very low. So propolis have this interesting effect. When you look at the composition expressed in concentration milligram per kilo, for propolis, we have hydroxyamide acid, and we have rosmarinic acid. It's very good concentration. We have also ellagic acid in propolis, but we don't have gallic acid in propolis, but in pollen. Naringin, it's very rich in propolis, not in pollen. And we have asperidine, very high level in propolis and not in pollen. So this synergistic effect will be very interesting to study the anti-diabetic effect. When you look at the level of glycemia, it is 1 to 5, it's control with propolis, pollen, and synergy, but in the red, in 6 group, it's a diabetic group. So you have a high level of glycemia, also insulinemia and insulin resistance HOMA. But when you combine propolis with pollen, we have a very low effect in glycemia, hypoglycemic effect, decrease in insulinemia, and decrease in insulin resistance test as HOMA here. When you look at the level of insulin sensitivity, we have a very good effect with mixture of propolis and pollen, and also for sensitivity of beta cells like Kiki test. When you look at dyslipidemia, total cholesterol, triglyceride, HDL, and very low density lipoproteins, we have a very good decrease in the synergistic effect in green. ABC, we have a very good decrease in total cholesterol, in triglyceride, in LDL, and also we have a restoration of HDL. When you look at hepatic biomarkers, ALAT, ASAT, and we have a very good decrease compared to diabetic rates. When you look at renal biomarkers, also, we have a very good decrease in creatinine, in urea, and in uric acid by combination of propolis with pollen. When you look at renal, we have total proteins, is ruminated like total control level, and also we have albuminuria as control level. When you look at plasma electronic concentration, we have this chronic hyperglycemia gives height in plasma osmolarity, osmotic diuresis, which give hypovolemia and hyponatremia. So propolis and pollen are very important to block this chronic hyperglycemia. For this study, co-administration of propolis and pollen in high glucose intake gives us a very good effect by restoration of glycemia, HOMA-IR index, HOMA beta, insulin sensitivity. It's going to be due to their richness in powerful bioactive components as natural antioxidants, polyphenols. And we should have further studies to make the involved mechanism of this. For the proposed mechanism, we have pollen and propolis rich in extract, and we have flavanol, hydroxybenzoic acid, flavonoid, flavan, and we have this chronic glucose intake, give us increase in blood glucose, in blood insulin, and we have a decrease in pancreatic beta cells and increase in reactive oxygen species. But when we give pollen and propolis, we prevent diabetic nephropathy, dyslipidemia, hepatotoxicity, and also overweight. But which mechanism? We have rosmarinus, naringin, and asperidine contained in Moroccan propolis and pollen are powerful anti-diabetic molecules, and it gives us decrease in alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase, increase in insulin sensitivity, reduction of autooxidation of glucose, and which give reduction of insulin resistance, reduction of free radicals production, lipid peroxidation, and increase in functional availability of antioxidants. So it's improved glucose and lipid homeostasis. And we have these articles. I don't have time to give us for you because we make also tier analysis in order to make the botanical origin of propolis from Morocco. So another example, yes, here you have these flavonoids like flavonol, physotin. I am very interested by physotin. If there is a group to study physotin from propolis, it will be very, very interesting because propolis rich in physotin give us a very good impact, because in strawberry, apple, persimmon, lotus, and cucumber, we have a concentration of physotin. But also, we have this concentration in propolis. It will be a very good collaboration in order to make the effect on impact on diabetes type 1 and diabetes type 2. Here it's the last example. I will give you protective effects of honey and propolis against antibiotic gentamicin induced oxidative stress and hepatorenal damage. And phytochemical analysis of bee honey and propolis extract showed the presence of several natural antioxidants belonging to different chemical groups, flavonoids, phenolic acid, and stilbenes like resveratrol. This may be responsible for the documented efficacy of honey and propolis, synergistic effect, in protecting enzymatic activity in kidney and liver. Daily intake of propolis and honey could offer promising protective effect on hepatic and renal functions, as well as maintaining the redox homeostasis. And here we give propolis and honey to gentamicin injection for 10 days in vivo study, and we make polyphenol analysis, antioxidants, FRAP, DPPH, and APTS, biochemical analysis, urine, and also renal and liver oxidative stress markers. So it is very interesting to have this combination, because when you look at the level of quantification of honey and propolis, we have hesperidin, very rich in propolis, non-detectable in honey. We have rosmarinic acid in propolis, non-detectable in honey. And we have also gallic acid in honey and not in propolis. So this combination gives us a strong anti-radical DPPH. When you look at the level of DPPH with synergistic FP honey and propolis, we have a very low EC50. It is very interesting. With ABTS, we have with propolis, but for FRAP, we have the effect of honey with propolis. And when you look at the combination in the effect for uric acid, uric, and creatine and albumin, we have a very good decrease with this combination with propolis and honey. With honey, it's like this, and with propolis. So synergistic effect. Uric acid is remained like in control, and creatinine. We have also albumin and proteinuria. When you look at the urinary urea and creatinine and total protein in steroid, we have a very good increase in urea, and also creatinine remained like in the control, and uric acid at the level of urinary level. When you look at the level of liver enzyme and CRP, we have a very decrease in inflammatory CRP, and we have also decrease in liver enzymes. When you look at the level of GSH, GPX, and MDA, like antioxidants, we have a very good effect variable with combination. When we combine honey with propolis with gentamicin, we have a very good decrease in MDA, like lipid peroxidation, and we have a very good increase in GPX, GSH, and catalase. When you look at the level of hepatic level, we have also a very good effect. MDA, we have a decrease in MDA with the combination, and we have an increase in GPX, an increase in GSH compared to gentamicin group. So the effect of gentamicin is very interesting because it gives us a significant increase in antioxidant enzyme and decrease in MDA, like marker of lipid peroxidation. But when you look at the level of kidney and liver, we have a very good effect, because when you look at gentamicin, propolis, and honey, we have an increase in catalase, GSH, and GPX at the level of
Świetny pomysł, żeby ten, kto się zgłasza, żeby od razu przez tą prezentację już
nagrano. The kidney are more vulnerable to oxidative stress, and we have this proposal mechanism of action. And in the conclusion, chemical characteristic of bee products may allow the extract to be used as bioactive ingredient in the food industry, but they also present potential for the pharmaceutical and nutraceutical sectors for the prevention and treatment of health disorders. And thank you very much for your attention. Okay, thank you. Is it okay? I don't.
He said more than okay. I think it's perfect. But at first, I would like to thank Professor Badialusi for presenting results based on, not only in my opinion, properly planned and successfully proceeded experimental protocol. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Małgorzata Kusek for representing Department of Microbiology and Immunology, Faculty of Medical Sciences, Medical University of Silesia in Katowice, representing Poland, to present lecture entitled Studies of Propolis in Zabrze, Poland. The past, the present perspective. Pani doktor, czy pani nas słyszy? Dzień dobry.
Teraz?
Dziękuję pani doktor. Jak najbardziej dobrze panią doktor słychać. Słychać i widać prezentację.
Widać. Good afternoon. My name is Małgorzata Kusek. I'm from Department of Microbiology and Immunology, Faculty of Medicine and Medical Sciences in Zabrze, Medical University of Silesia in Katowice. And as Professor Olczyk said, the topic of my presentation is studies of propolis in Zabrze in Poland, the past and present perspective. I would like to start by saying that propolis has been known for its very high biological properties, such as inflammatory, antifungal, antibacterial, and also healing properties for centuries. And it was highly valued and used by ancient Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, Persians. It is present in the Quran, Persian manuscripts, and also in the Bible. In the Middle Age, propolis was not a very popular topic, and its use in mainstream medicine disappeared. But fortunately, the knowledge of medicinal use of propolis survived in traditional folk medicine on the territories of Eastern Europe. The interest in propolis returned in Europe together with the Renaissance theory of Adfontes, and propolis was recommended by nations, and it was included in European pharmacopoeia century. And research composition of propolis started at the beginning of the 20th century, and further studies in a wider scope were restarted after the Second World War, and after 1960, advances in analytical chromatographic methods enabled separation and also extraction of several compounds from propolis. And so far, at least 300 different compounds have been identified in propolis. It is commonly known that propolis is a sticky, wax-like resinous substance collected by honeybees from tree buds and also other botanical sources. And in Poland and in other north temperate zone, the Apis mellifera honeybees collect propolis from the buds exudates of mainly poplar trees. But in Brazil, in other countries, in Brazil, in Cuba, Venezuela, Chile, the Brazilian green propolis contains mainly Baccharis dracunculifolia, but also but also the contains resin of Araucaria heterophylla, Eucalyptus globulus, and also Hyptis divaricata. Brazilian red propolis largely derives from Dalbergia ecastophyllum plant resin, and in turn, Pacific propolis, also known as Macaranga type propolis, predominantly derives from Macaranga tannarius. It is mainly found in Indonesia, Hawaii, Okinawa, prefecture of Japan. Propolis possesses a pleasant aromatic odor and occurs in a wide range of colors, such as green, red, light or dark brown, and it is dependent on its botanical sources. Propolis is used by bees to seal cracks or also to seal open spaces in the hive. It is worth adding that one of the first centers in Poland where propolis research started was the chair and department of microbiology and immunology of the School of Medicine in Zabrze, which is one of the two medical schools of the Medical University of Silesia in Katowice. Propolis studies were a brainchild of the late Professor Jerzy Szaflarski, then head of chair of microbiology in Zabrze. Professor Szaflarski passed his interest in propolis onto his young assistant, Stan Scheller, who became a precursor of propolis research in Poland. And among his co-workers and propolis enthusiast was Artur Stojko, at present professor of medicine and president of the Polish Foundation of Apiterapii. And Professor Scheller and his team developed a method of introducing ethanol extract of propolis into aqueous solution. The interest of Polish scientists of Silesian Medical University in propolis resulted in a series of articles published in Poland and also abroad. And in 1964, the data on the studies and laboratory evaluation of EEP, together with some observations concerning its therapeutic properties, were published. And in 4 years later, in 1968, antibacterial properties of propolis were presented, and then in 1971, preliminary evaluation of clinical usefulness of propolis preparation. And further investigations provide a topic for the next series of scientific articles, which were published in 11 parts in Arzneimittelforschung. It is a drug research under the common title Biological Properties and Clinical Application of Propolis. The publications from Zabrze dealt with some psychochemical properties of propolis. They investigated the sensitivity of staphylococci isolated from pathological cases to EEP. Also immunogenic properties of EEP, and they also presented experimental observation on the influence of EEP on dental pulp regeneration. In early studies, 90% of EEP were isolated, and main attention was direct to the antibacterial properties, and further research dealt with the antiprotozoal activity of propolis. It was shown that EEP acts effectively against Trichomonas vaginalis and also against Toxoplasma gondii. Other studies which were focused on Staphylococcus strain bacteria show that EP breaks the resistance of bacteria. And in studies on cells culture in vitro, it was observed that EEP, when is added to culture medium with Crohn cells, caused intense activation of mitosis. Positive results of EEP activity upon cells in vitro were insufficient to prove its regenerative activity, and the proof lay in experiment conducted on animals. And in order to obtain possibly high credibility, tissues had to regenerate were chosen, mainly bone, articular cartilage, and also dental pulp. And the application of EEP accelerated the healing processes in damaged cartilage, as well as enhanced ossification in an artificial bone, induced bone defects. And furthermore, EP inserted into the joint was well tolerated. It was shown that EP support regeneration of dental pulp and reduced inflammatory and degenerative processes. And Professor Scheller's team described the achievements in applying propolis in the treatment of burns, in the treatment of venous ulcerations, suppurative osteitis, and arthritis, as well as post-operative ones complications. This slide presents the paper which were published in the 1990s, and they were concerned with antioxidant, radioprotector, stimulate regeneration of tissue, and also immunomodulatory properties of propolis. And I decided to choose one of them, and I would like to describe the results of the experiments. And the studies for these publications conducted in cytotoxic cells were stimulated in vivo, and then their ability to destroy target cells. In this case, tumor cells were examined. And in several trials, an increase of lytic abilities of so stimulated cells was obtained. In studies of EEP effect on tumor cells, mice infected intraperitoneally with early cancer were subjected to experiments in 3 groups. And mice in the first group were injected EEP. In the second group were injected bleomycin, and in the third group, bleomycin together with EEP was injected, and the survival rate of the mice was 55 after EEP, 40 after bleomycin, and the mice in the third group demonstrated the shortest survival. And the results of these studies confirmed that EEP has antioxidant properties and inhibits the effects of biomedicine. And this was confirmed by subsequent studies in which a team of Professor Zenon Czuba demonstrated the antioxidant properties of propolis on its components on macrophages, line H774. Interesting studies were conducted in 1989 prior to Chernobyl disaster. In these studies, EEP was tested as a protective agent against gamma irradiation in mice. The mice were exposed to sublethal doses of gamma irradiation from a 60 cobalt source and treated intraperitoneally with EEP, which was administered before and also after irradiation. And it was observed that approximately 90% of experimental animals survived, and they are without showing any change in their appearance or behavior or any signs of immunosuppression. And the leukocyte count, as well as the spleen plaque forming activity, returned to normal. And it was suggested that an antioxidant and free radical scavenger in the EP are responsible for the radiation protective effect of the extract of these natural compounds. Stan Scheller established cooperation with a reputable beekeeper, Jan Batko, whose apiary was located in south of Poland, near the village of Kamianna. And the samples of Polish propolis obtained from Batko were used to study antibacterial activity of EEP against reference strain Staphylococcus aureus, Oxford P209, and it was found out that antibacterial activities of EP samples collected in various years were different, which led to conclusion that is in the chemical composition. And in 1995, a Polish scientist from Zabrze established cooperation with Dr. Tetsuya Matsuno of the National Institute of Infectious Disease and Rindai Yamamoto from Nihon Natural Therapy in Japan. And in 1996, Stan Scheller visited Japan, where he presented the results of his research. And this gave rise to further meetings of Polish researchers who participated in Japan-Poland international seminars on propolis in 2006, 2008, and 2010. Thanks to this collaboration, our department received Brazilian green propolis for research. In 2007, Rinda Yamamoto and his wife Etsuko visited chair and Department of Microbiology and Immunology of the School of Medicine in Zabrze. Basic studies which confirmed EEP activity were conducted simultaneously with clinical studies on humans at university hospitals. EEP was used in 150 cases of post-surgical complications of burns. And it was noted that when using EEP, significantly better results obtained in comparison to conventional methods. The fact was reflected in better physiological healing and shortening of the treatment time by about 50 to 80%. Stan Scheller and his team cooperated with other university departments and research institutes in cooperation with nuclear physics and performed neutron analysis which allow for the determination of 30 trace elements in propolis, whereas chromatographic analysis made it possible to determine several free amino acids beside arginine and proline. And Professor Scheller knew that propolis stimulates mammalian tissue regeneration, and he suggested that proline and arginine must play a key role on these processes. And he also suggested that arginine enhance protein biosynthesis and ability to stimulate mitosis. And proline promotes the formation of elastin and collagen, which are constituents of the connective tissue. And the results were published in 1986. Professor Wojciech Król continued Professor Scheller's research focus on cytotoxic effect of propolis in combination with trail. It is tumor necrosis factor-related apoptosis-inducing ligand, which is a naturally occurring anti-cancer agent. And the trail has the ability to selectively induce apoptosis in tumor cells, being no toxicity to normal cells. But a major problem is that some cancer cells are resistant to trail. And Professor Król's team showed that EEP and its components significantly sensitive to trail-induced death in prostate cancer or also cervical cancer cells. Other research studies being performed in our department focus on the anti-inflammatory properties of propolis with the application of macrophages RAW to 264.7. In turn, a team led by the current head of the department, Professor Zenon Czuba, showed immunomodulatory effect of propolis on gingiva fibroblast cell line. And another team in our department, led by Professor Ewelina Śliżka, demonstrated the antifungal properties of EEP against Candida albicans. And the results of this research are the subject of a doctoral dissertation by one of her doctoral candidates. Department of Microbiology and Immunology cooperates with dentists within the medical city. And the results of the study show that a gel containing 3% of Brazilian EEP was used for maintaining oral hygiene in patients with post-operative oral mucosal wound, and it is allows to eliminate microorganisms of pathogenic character. And hygienic preparation with 3% Brazilian EEP significantly support the removal of dental plaque and improve the condition of marginal periodontium. And results of the studies and tests revealed a significant improvement in gingiva, lowering level of dental plaque, and also decrease in the frequency of gram-positive rods in children with cleft lip and palate after using propolis toothpaste. the improvement in oral health confirms antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and regenerative properties of propolis. In conclusion, I would like to point to a problem with propolis. There is no exact standardization of propolis because its composition and biologic activity basically depend on the region being collected. And that is why it would be impossible to use propolis as a drug at present. Bees use different plant species when making propolis, which contributes to the high variability of its chemical composition. But as Wasia Bankova rightly pointed out, the solution of this problem may be to apply propolis according to the plant from which it comes while determining its chemical profile. And however, propolis is used with a great success in the form of D3 supplementation, as well as in the form of creams, ointments, and liquids for external application. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear Dr. Kusek, thank you for educational lecture. Now, I would like to invite all gathered speakers, participants, and guests to participate in round table, to participate actively by active participation in discussion and asking the questions to following speakers. At first, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Anna Korek-Górecka to answer the question short after her lecture.
Dear participants, I would like to encourage you to ask a question because we would like to receive your feedback and thoughts. I don't hear. Sorry.
Okay. Can I have a question for one of the speakers? Yes, Anna?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, so I'd like to ask the last presenter, Mrs. Małgorzata Klosic. I saw about the very, very good experience of using propolis in clinical application against many diseases. And my question is, how is the present situation in Poland about the use of bee products in hospitals? Because in many countries, the bee products in hospitals are not so much loved. They say, oh, you need a lot of tests, you need a lot of conditions, and so on and so on. How is in Poland the situation?
I think that the expert in this field is Dr. Małgorzata Kusek because she is doctor.
Okay.
I not work in hospital. I'm not a doctor. I ended biologic and but in my opinion, the main problem is that propolis is not a medicament, is not a drug. But I read articles, medical articles in the propolis in clinical trials, but in this moment, I don't know how it looks like in hospital and how we could treat a patient with application on propolis. It is, I know that it is healthy in ointments and in patients with wounds, which are very do not treat other medicaments, and it is very practiced. But as a drug, I don't know. I think that it is in this moment in clinical tests, but I don't know.
Thank you, Dr. Małgorzata. According to my knowledge, now we don't use bee products in hospital, only in experiment and clinical study. But I am pharmacist, and in my pharmacy, I sell for people, for my patient, dressing for wounds with Manuka Honey, but it's not produced in Poland. I recommended this dressing for wounds, patient with different wounds, and we have good results. But in hospital, I think it is not first way to cure the wounds.
The products about which asked Dr. Stangiaciu are not being commonly used in clinical practice.
I would add that the main problem is its standardization, and it is, I don't know how it looks like in this moment, but maybe in the future.
Yes, about standardization. I think so. Most of the specialists, the researchers, they focus on standardization on the composition. And here is a problem because there is a big variability in the composition. But for us, medical doctors, pharmacists, we should focus more on pharmacological effect. For example, if a certain propolis under effect, not only according to the...
And we can standardize propolis according microbial effect. Yes, exactly. Not only based on chemical composition. But we need further study to explain the mechanism and explain effect of ethanol extract on propolis, on wounds, on other disease.
Yes. I think also that Andresa has experience of using bee products in hospitals. Maybe.
Hello. Yes, here in Brazil, we started to trying to approve propolis as medicine in Anvisa, that is our agency responsible for the approval of foods and medicines. And in the beginning, 20 years ago, they requested us the standardization. This is, I think, is a common trouble or a common challenge, because in European community, we also has this kind of challenge. After that, in Brazil, what we did was, all of us here know that it's impossible to have chemical identical bets in bee products or in natural plants or phytomedicines, for example. We never will have identical bets. But we proposed here a group of compounds that we can reproduce batch to batch. In this case, we selected a group of biomarkers and arranged to each biomarker that we selected, and we also associated to antimicrobial activity. So we are proposing a chemical fingerprint and a biological activity that in this case is against Staphylococcus aureus. How we are performing this? Brazil is a very big country, but we have suppliers in specific areas, and we focused our standardization in green propolis. But when we study only green propolis, we identified during these last years of studies in our company at least not four kinds of green propolis, but under the point of view of quality, at least 4 levels of green propolis quality. And so we received propolis from our beekeepers after they are qualified. We received from several places in Brazil, and batch to batch, we do a chemical characterization under the point of view, not only phenolics and flavonoids, using the traditional methods that we are using, that we used to work with propolis as Folin, Chocoto method, and total flavonoids using aluminum chloride method, but also chemical fingerprint by HPLC. We do it for all batches of propolis raw material that we received. With it, we fill a bank of data, and we have the profile of all batches that we received. And so we compose for each batch that we will prepare, we propose a formulation considering the chemical quantitative that we received in our batches. And so we always try to have reproducibility batches under some group of compounds. And so we have, we are demonstrating that batch to batch we can have some similar fingerprint. Of course, if we do a chemical profile under LS-MS, it's impossible to have identical batches. We will never have this. But we link it also to antimicrobial activity because we can do it here, and we do it batch to batch for Staphylococcus aureus. And so linking a biological activity to a chemical fingerprint was possible to have this condition. Now here, I did my first clinical trial in 2007. And after developing a thermoreversible gel to treat burnt patients, was the first time that we approved by ethical committee in the hospital here, the use of propolis in the hospital. It was very difficult in the beginning to approve with the ethical committee, and in the hospital it is very difficult because our colleagues are not only the physicians but also the nurses and all team of the hospital usually don't like to change their mind, and they are usually not able to do different things. Usually everything that we try to introduce a new medicine, especially from bees, they are very hesitant. But it was the focus of my doctoral degree. So I did it with the surgeon, the plastic surgeon that was Dr. Werther Marquesan. He approved my proposal, and he was my supervisor in the clinical trial to treat burnt patients. It was the first time. And after, depending on the hospital and depending on the doctor that will be responsible, we can have this opening. But usually, as a research, it's very difficult to introduce it in the hospital as a a clinical practice, regularly clinical practice, I think because people are very hesitant, and also because we need to fight with the big pharmaceutical companies that usually work hard in order to have their medicines in the hospitals. And when we are offering something that is with low cost and will change the routine of the hospital, is much more difficult. So we performed several clinical trials here. We have a very good partners in the universities. Usually we did these clinical trials with the doctors that are open to it. We have Dr. Marcelo Silveira that was very brave, because he, with us, approved in the ethical committee the clinical trial against COVID-19 patients in 2020. In the highest moment of pandemic in Brazil, we recruited the patients between June and August, when we don't have the vaccination yet in Brazil. So he was very brave to assume it in the hospital, and the hospital approved it, and we did this clinical trial. But usually we can't see normally bee products being applied in the hospitals, especially because the difficulties that we face to introduce this in the hospitals, because it's not easy to work with not so many investments in clinical visits, in the hospital visits, and maybe using money to convince people to do things. So I think to fight with these big companies, pharmaceutical companies, is not easy. So we have challenges yet to introduce it as a current medication in the hospitals. But maybe in the future, things will change. Let's see.
In Poland, usually, apitherapeutics are being registered as supplements or medical devices, not as medical products, not as drugs, because the strong of evidence should undoubtedly convince everybody that this formulation based on apitherapeutics usage can be helpful. Now, with our colleague, with the guest of our conference, Professor Jerzy Stojko, one of the guests of the conference, we are under investigation. We are trying to prove the effectiveness of usage of local formulations, biodegradable formulations based on not only propolis, but as I said before, we are still under investigation. We are trying to find proofs. Strongly trying.
Yes. One idea is maybe we need to speak with all these people to change their mind, to explain them that Mother Nature works with many different substances synergistically. And it is better a synergical effect than one effect from one substance. So this from the theoretical point of view. But I can give you one solution, one strategy, let's say from Romania, from my country, or from Turkey. There are countries which have approved apitherapy as special. The medical doctors are certified as apitherapist or aromatherapist or phytotherapist, apitherapy. So maybe an intermediate level would be like to recognize in Poland, for example, to get the approval in Poland for apitherapy as a certified method, like acupuncture. We have in Romania also acupuncture and homeopathy already recognized. And if you have acupuncture recognized in Poland, maybe you can get also for apitherapy official recognition. And then many doctors will be able to use the products in the offices. What do you think? It's complicated to get certification in Poland for apitherapy?
I think it is not easy, but I think that our team will do everything to achieve mentioned by President Stangiacho certification. But as we know, it needs time to achieve this goal. But my colleague is very modest. She's preparing another examinations with stomatologists. Moreover, another guest of our conference, Professor Anna Rzepecka, also present with us today, is also preparing another experiments to achieve proofs which I think strongly help us to achieve mentioned by President Stangiacho certification.
I think that due to our study, we will promote apiterapii, but we should prepare many research which convince doctors and other scientists that this method is safe and effective. So now we prepare new formulation of apiterapeutics in our lab, and I hope that in future we will use. On the beginning this Congress, I would like to promote using bee products, results of our study, and thanks to our works, we will promote apiterapii in Poland.
Yes. Just to finish this topic, I am optimistic also for you, Anna, and all colleagues from Poland, because now there is a kind of wave of recognition of apitherapy in several countries. For example, Lithuania, I believe, just completed the certification for apitherapy. And in Lithuania, they have also pharmacists, scientists, medical doctors. So they spoke with the health department and they achieved this level. In Brazil, now there are discussions on the health department in Brazil also to recognize apitherapy. And very recently, I heard from a doctor from Morocco, and we have here Mrs. Professor Badia Leoussi. In Morocco, they want also to introduce apitherapy in the Faculty of Medicine in Marrakesh, I believe. Yes, Badia?
Yes. But now it is very important to give this scientific evidence, because my daughter, she is professor of intensive care, and in the beginning, she don't believe on bee products, but now she is preparing a doctorate, scientific doctorate with propolis, honey, pollen, and she had participated for Apimondia in Istanbul, and now she is using honey for wound healing in intensive care, and it gives a very good result. And now they are organizing a group in order to make some trials with healthy subjects with honey, because in Morocco we have Arbutus unido honey, and this Arbutus unido honey, it's very we don't have not very abundant, because only on December, and we are making very good scientific research in our laboratory, and now it is a good treatment for diabetics. For diabetics, so she used this honey, and now all doctors, gastroenterologue, and all specialties would like to have some formation on apiterapii in order to use it, because we have this resistance to antibiotics, and also for nosocomial infection in hospitals. It is very interesting now for our apicultors, because for me, I do all analysis in my laboratory in order to promote very good honey, like Christina told us, you should have pure honey. And with this Zendas honey, because in the first 1 kilo, it's 20 euro, but now it's more than 100 euro, because we are making this very strong research in order to give this value. And the problem is with this big pharmaceuticals company, like a dinosaur, and I give lectures for doctors, for hospitals, in order to promote this use. And now you are more than 40% of doctors use B products. Very interesting. But now I would like with Andresa to make, with our ethical committees, to make a study with standardized propolis in healthy subjects in order to make this antioxidant, pro-oxidant balance, to give some scientific evidence in the basis for doctors. But I hope in the future it will be very interesting, the use of the products. But we should conserve our bees, because we have a problem of loss of bees with neonicotinoid, pesticide, with chemical in agriculture. So we should make some organic apiculture in order to have good products for apitherapy.
One thing that I would like to complement in my speech, nowadays in our regulation, we have several classifications, several categories of products. B products can be applied as medicine. It's possible, but no company tried it because of the very high costs involved. And 20 years ago, when we did it, we invested a lot in several number of batches and tests and chemicals and standards, reference standards to do everything that we do. And also we have not facility, the costs involved. And after doing a research with FAPESP, medicines, the current medicines for apiterapies. And we saw that it's not something that they like. But introducing bee products as a food supplement together with the current medication is something that they like. So we preferred to change our mind in the requesting the approval by food supplements, because it's easier to approve, is with no cost. Not no cost, but very small cost. And the introduction with the medicines is easier as a food supplement instead of as a medicine. Maybe this could be something that you can consider in your countries, because in this way, we found the best way to introduce the concept with the physicians, and maybe with this introduction, they can see the results. And in the future, maybe we can change their mind for including it as a medicine. Maybe can be an idea.
I would like to say something, if it is possible. In my country, in Serbia, we are at this moment at the same position as you are in Poland. We are doing just first steps to implement bee products in some clinics. I think we will start at the first moment with the private clinics, and then in official governmental clinics. But we have a lot of pharmacies company that produce some medical, drugs that contains bee products. Usually it is propolis or the honey with the propolis, for dentists. We recommend the dentist to use that, and also the specialists for otorhinolaryngology, and also among pulmonologists to inhale propolis, raw propolis, or alcohol solution with the 30% of propolis. But in Slovenia, we have for many, many years one company. It is a private company that produces a lot of products that contains bee products. Among them, they produce a special sterilized medical gauze, like sterile medical gauze with antibiotic. This one is a sterile medical gauze with honey. So they used to cover the wound place, the place on skin with the wounds, especially among the diabetics who have some wounds usually on the lower part of their legs. So in the back, we have some institutions that can support us. But at this moment, only some private outpatient clinic, the doctors in that clinics recommended to the patients bee products.
I would like to add to what have been said so far. I'm speaking from Nigeria, my own country. Here, they don't take these bee products as medicine, but I've noticed that some hospitals, through doctors, make requests for one of the products, the honey. Some of them have in the past required that patients be treated using honey. But for propolis, I think they don't know much about it for now in Nigeria, but they actually know of the use of honey for treating diabetic wounds and other kinds of wounds, even ulcer too. But it has not been accepted as a medicine or something that should always be used in the hospitals. So that is the state of the apiterapii in Nigeria for now. Thank you.
I have just one little question for Anna and the colleague with Anna. Why are you using Manuka honey for your experiment? Usually, as apiterapist, we suggest to medical doctors and others to use the honey for the local country or local places in your country. I apologize if there is someone from New Zealand, but we also in Serbia we can buy, and we have products with Manuka made. Manuka honey, excuse me, I use my language. Why did you choose Manuka honey?
Dr. Zorika, I mentioned that I sell in my pharmacy dressing with Manuka honey, but this dressing is not produced in Poland. Yes, but we know that the patient have good effect after treatment this dressing. So we observed this effect, and my professor, Professor Paweł Olczyk, created a new dressing based on polymer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. But I didn't do it only myself. We did it in our team. At first, I need to mention about our rector, Professor Jerzy Stojko. I need to also mention about Master of Art Mateusz Stojko. I need to mention also about another important member of our team, Professor Kasperczyk, who designed the technological process needed for the production of our biodegradable formulation produced with the use of electrospinning technology. But we achieved a patent, Polish patent. We are trying to achieve European patent, but we are still examining our innovation with the use of animals. We are not examining our formulation in patients, in healthy individuals, because in our opinion, the proofs won't allow us to make another step, to go forward, to examine our innovation in for example, burnt patient. So we are still trying to gather proofs, the proofs which allow us to go one more step forward. It means to examine it in burnt, for example, patients.
Thank you very much.
But we are examining bee venom, bee pollen, propolis. We not exclude naturally examining the near future honey.
Honey also.
Thank you.
Try to examine also royal jelly and apilarnil.
Good idea also, because we know the effect of royal jelly on skin and regenerative effect. I hope that thanks to our cooperation, especially international cooperation, we will spread our research and we draw new idea of new formulation and implement bee products to medicine.
For example, we can augment our technological process. For example, for implementation, the propolis from Turkey, from Brazil, with the strong help naturally of President Stangiacu, Dr. Beretta, or from Serbia, with kind and strong help of Dr. Plavsic.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it would be nice to compare the effect, antioxidative effect, antimicrobial effect, regenerative effect, the formulation, topical formulation, biodegradable formulation produced using mentioned methods of electrospinning, but with implementation of different species of propolis, for example. Propolis obtained from different geographic sources.
This organization that I'm leading, we have now connection and a good collaboration with the Faculty of Chemistry in Belgrade, and several doctoral papers are connected with the bee products. One professor write his doctoral paper. He analyzed a different kind of propolis from different parts from Serbia. And the title is The Characteristic of Serbian Propolis. The other professor at the same faculty analyzed a different kind of honey from different parts from Serbia. And now they have a big project about bee venom from Serbia, and they will make a chemical analysis of several bee venoms from different parts from Serbia.
We want to confirm, especially bee venom is especially interesting because there are plenty of articles devoted to the topic, to the analysis, different analysis of propolis, but implementation of, for example, in different pharmaceutical dosage forms of bee venom is less spread for now.
Yes, also in Morocco, we have made in a map of bee venom for all regions, and now we finished the analysis. It is very interesting because with the climatic change, we have different results with melitine, apamine, and now I have a big project with Paris in order to make the effect of bee venom of neurodegenerative axonal at the level of neurodegenerescence pathologies. It gives a very good impact, and also we use bee venom with honey and essential oils for cosmetics. Because I have an apicultor who is registered in master and doctorate, and now he is making a very good research and formulation with bee venom, honey, propolis for bird and also for diabetic rabbits. We make diabetes type 2, and we make some cicatrization of wound healing with bee venom, propolis. It gives a very, very good results. But the collection, you should be an expert for the collection of bee venom, because he is in physics and he make an original collector of bee venom, and he make all this from all parts of Morocco, and we have a very, very big variation at the level of melitine, apamine, phospholipase A. So it is a very good topic, yes, with biphenyl. It's very interesting.
Yes, here I would like to add a comment about the following thing. We have a lot of research which says that the product X has this property, which is very, very good. So we check they are very clean, no pollutants and good pharmacological effects. But now in the practice, I'm speaking now like a medical doctor who uses Apiterapii in the practice for 31 years. Practice, the patient is not so simple like a petri dish, where you have the tumor cell and you come with this extract and you kill the cancer cells. The patient is very, very complex. So there are many other factors which are related to the treatment protocol. Here is that if we find a formula, for example, for the burns, and we use this formula for the burns for 100 patients, the same formula, we may have like 80% good results. But if we combine the formula against the burns with other B products which are taken orally, if we do this integrative medicine kind of strategy, then the results are even higher. So my point here is that we need to do a lot of teaching for the doctors, for the clinical doctors, to explain them how to use all B products, in what doses, in what exact situation, how to change the diet, the nutrition, how to change the lifestyle. So some people, they have very bad results because they are anxious, they have fear, they have depression, they have worries or obsessions. So the psycho-emotional part is also important. So my point is that we need to do a lot of work on teaching the clinical doctors about all these uses in order to have better results.
I know that you are doing the same, but I just want to mention that when we start with apiterapii with some patients, I suggest them do not stop with your medicaments. Take both at the same time. There is no reason to separate them. You can get the synergistic effect if you combine, but follow your patient. And after 2 or 3 weeks, make some checks. And if the results are better, you can smaller the medicaments, and you can continue with apiterapii. And my personal experience that asthmatics and those with chronic bronchitis lower their medicaments or even stop with medicaments and continue only with the apiterapii, but slowly.
Thank you, Dr. Zorika, for your remarks and advice.
Dear participants, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, thanking you for giving your lectures, thanking you for listening all of the lectures presented during the first and the second session of the first day of the Apiterapeutic Conference, professional, prepared on the basis of innovative research results characterized by significant application potential and obtained in the course of the implementation of precisely planned experiments carried out with the use of highly advanced research methodology. And thanking, we also would like to thank for the active participation in the round table and invite you also and ask you for active participation during the second day of our conference.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
you.